Hello, 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 folks. How are we doing today? I see that Danny is in the chat. Hi, Danny. How are you doing? Let's turn this down a little bit more. It's a little bit loud. But I hope you're doing well, Danny. I know that you just got done streaming a little bit ago. But today, we're playing Fable Anniversary. Specifically, we're going to be playing the route of evil, scary, and ugly. Because I've never done that before, and I think that'll be really fun. So let's stop that music. Let's pop into a scene because this game does not let you do anything else while you're in the game. Can't do literally anything else. Just gotta play the game. So let's get that ready to go. Pop on over to a scene and launch the gamey game. And fingers crossed it lets me do the thing. Nope, okay, cool. Which means I gotta quit it and then I'll come back. Alright. Okay, let's see. Why capture? No, we'll just capture any full screen. Fingers crossed this time. Chatting with Sean. Hi, Sean. There we go. Oh, is the audio not coming through now? It would do that. Alright. Quit it once again and... So what happens when you get games that are definitely not designed for modern systems? So... There we go. Okay. Fingers crossed this time. How are you and Sean doing? Good, I hope. We don't care about all of that. Is it still not capturing audio? It's just real quiet. Damn it. Go. Alright. Just gotta turn this up a smidge. Just good, just chatting for the day. That's nice. Love good chat. Alright. Don't know why it wouldn't be. Desktop audio. Okay. Try this again. Okay, there we go. Now it's coming through. Alright, so for this we're going to start a new character because I've already been playing on a different character. So... Shit. New hero. Not 2 new heroes, but okay. It was unintentional. Let's just play on normal for now. Hard is hard.
Deep in the forest of Albion lay the small town of Oakvale, unchanged by time and untouched by the sword. Here lived a boy and his family, a boy dreaming of greatness, of one day being a hero.
A hero.
Sometimes he imagined himself as a noble knight or a powerful wizard. And other times he dreamt he'd be an evil warrior.
That's what we're gonna be.
But in all his dreams of greatness, he could not possibly imagine the powerful destiny that lay before him.
Come on, wake up. Daydreaming again, were you? Just like your mother. Mind always wandering.
Oh dear, it might have done the dumb thing where it doesn't like...
She's out playing by the Barrowfields gate. Remember, you haven't given her a birthday present yet. Don't tell me.
Yeah, Dad.
Well,
whatever.
I'm not bailing you out this time, son. I tell you what, I'll give you a gold piece for each good deed you do around Oakvale. That should be enough to buy her a present. Now, get moving and stay out of trouble.
Okay. Shit, how did I find the menu? That's the question now. Because it's not wanting to register, but that's... Oh, there we go. Okay. So, options. Control options. Yeah, we're gonna take the Fable 2, Fable 3 option. Alright, here we go. So, we're gonna be good, and we're gonna get all of these things just while we're a child, because trauma is what's gonna make us evil. We have a reason for being evil now. Gotta create that origin story, you know? Okay, so then...
I run his house. If you find him, let me know, won't you?
Alright, so her husband is back up over here. And... we're gonna tattle on him. Just because we need the coinage. We love our sister, you know.
Look, Sonny, my wife's at home with our little ones, and but a man should be entitled to do what he likes.
No.
If you keep this little...
No, we're not keeping your secret.
Just don't tell my wife.
Alright, now we're gonna go tell the wife. Because why not tell the wife?
Where's that filthy layabout?
We may be evil, but we don't stand adultery.
With some woman I don't doubt. I run his house, bring up his children,
And what do I get in return? Nothing. Oh, my bad. Smacking things around.
If you find him, let me know, won't you?
Yeah, I found him.
You have?
Uh-huh.
Right. I'm gonna turn him into Balverine food.
Have fun with that.
Thank you, young sir, for telling me.
Thanks. Alright. So now we gotta go. See, we can go over here. And
I've got to just stand
yeah.
right. Won't be long.
Basically, we're just gonna stand here. And then this kid is gonna taunt us.
My cousin says that the barrel quick while
He's away! Smash up his barrels and see what's inside!
Unless you're too scared. Unless you're just a big blubbing girl.
I mean, that's not an insult, so...
Break stuff. You're just gonna stand there like a lemon?
Yeah.
But being good is so boring.
Don't worry, there'll be plenty of time for us to be not boring. Just wait, we get to kill things later on. It'll be fine.
Before he gets back. Oh, you're no fun at all.
I know. But it's okay. Goody Two Shoes, as a child, now becomes evil murderer.
Fine. Have your stupid good deed then.
Yeah. We love our sister, though, so that's really what this is about.
Excellent, thanks. I'll let your dad know what a splendid watchman you made.
Cool, thanks. Now we run along. We gotta beat up somebody, so we get that. Alright, because over here, if we talk to the little boy.
Get him off me! Please help! He goes around the town beating up anyone smaller than him. But you look strong. I bet you could scare him off for good.
Yada yada yada, mechanics, alright, and then we just go. He deserves it. Ah,
I'm sorry. I'll leave him alone.
that's what you get for being a bully.
Thank you. You stopped him good. Thank you. Here, I'll let you look after Rosie. She'll be safe with you.
Thanks. Now we go give the toy to the little girl, wherever she went. I think she's right there. Yeah.
You found fun.
Yeah, now we go get money from Dad.
Well done, lad. Here's your reward for those good deeds.
Thank you,
Well,
Dad.
I think you may have enough there, son. Have you spoken to the trader?
Nope, we're about to, though. And we're also gonna kick the chicken. No, kick the chicken. Thank you.
Hello, lad. I'm a trader. I wander the world buying and selling wares, especially to fine folk like your good self.
Cool, cool,
Some
cool.
little girl I saw said you have a sister, and it's her birthday.
Damn, he's gonna upcharge me just because of it.
A present yet? It just so happens that I have a rather nice box of sweets here.
The little girl sold me out. Now she knows. Well, now he knows that I need it.
Guaranteed to put a smile on any sister's face. For
Only 3 gold.
young sir,
Alright.
they are yours. Wish your sister a happy birthday from me now, won't you?
Alright. Okay, now we run along. Kick a chicken along the way. For shits and giggles. And for some reason our sister is out in this field. So
Hello, little brother. I
Yeah.
hope you haven't forgotten what day it is.
don't worry.
Like you did last year.
I got it. I got the
I'm
stuff.
sorry if
I got
woke
the
you up
stuff.
last night. It was another of those dreams. I was standing in this field when something happened, but I can't remember what. Never mind that though.
Don't
I'm
worry.
Still waiting for my present.
You'll find out what. Real soon. Yes.
I knew you were going to bring me chocolates. It's just like my dream.
Yeah, that's concerning is what it is.
Mother will be back for my party any minute now.
Alright. Oh, wait. I can... What's in here? Damn. Is it gonna is there... No, there's nothing in there. Alright.
Wait, there's something wrong.
Bandits!
Doom.
It's really happening. They're here. You've got to hide.
Tried to tell you. You didn't listen. It's almost like I can't speak to the characters in the game.
Got one.
That'll be me one of these days.
bandits wielding torches and steel, slaying and burning all in their path. Blood-red flames lit the night as the villagers screamed and begged for mercy, and soon their bodies filled the streets. Then the raiders reached the last house where the boy and his family lived. It was them they had slaughtered so many to find. The father fought to protect his kin, but he was no warrior and fell mortally wounded. The bandits ripped the house apart, but could not find the boy. Through torture and threats, his mother and sister remained silent.
The story about cutaways are so pretty.
Attackers took
It's a very interesting art style, and I thoroughly enjoy it. Kind of reminds me of like rock carvings
from the nearby
that have been like
village.
painted over.
The boy watched as all he knew was taken away. His whole life was crushed to ashes. He was alone.
So much burning, so much destruction. Can't leave. The only option is to go over here. Also, you can't like get damaged by the fire. All so we can have an intimate moment with our father's corpse. You had one job, and you couldn't even.
We must leave. It's not safe here. They're all dead. You don't want to join them, do you?
Oh, no worries, Danny.
Give me your hand.
I appreciate your support, even if you can't be here. Little did they know, they were going to be raising a killer.
I thought you'd have a stronger stomach than that. Come on. Save your energy, boy. It's not me you want to fight. You might not realize it, but I just saved your life. There's nothing left for you in Oakvale. And if you'd stayed, you'd be as dead as the rest of them. Come with me.
Oh, it might 100% be me.
My name is Maze, and I'm the head of the Guild of
Just
Heroes.
throwing things, that's
You must have
fine.
heard
Don't
of
worry about it.
You'll find nowhere safer in all of Albion, nor a better place to call your home. And if it's vengeance you want, you'll need
Oh,
the
it's pretty far
training
behind.
only we can offer.
That's on me.
Here we are. I'll introduce you to the Guildmaster. He'll be your guide from now on. I have a new student for you. Put him in the dorm upstairs with the girl.
You don't look much like hero material to me, but Maze knows what
Thanks
he's
for
doing.
the roasting,
Well,
Guildmaster.
follow me then. You'll be
Yikes, the
sharing
frame
this
rate.
room with Whisper, one of our brightest young pupils. She's playing in the woods right now, but you'll meet her in the morning. For now, you should get some sleep. Your training starts tomorrow.
I enjoy the fact that Whisper is just out in the woods. Just playing in the woods.
It's time to wake up. You must be my roommate. Shorter than I expected. My name's Whisper. I've been here for a month. Had the room to myself till now, too. But that's all right. You know you talk in your sleep. Sounded like a bad nightmare. Happens to a lot the first week. Some don't even last that long. You won't either if you don't get moving. The Guildmaster is waiting for us in the map room. You don't want to be late on your first day. Follow me.
Yeah, you're gonna follow me.
Looks like the Guildmaster got tired of waiting for you.
That's fair.
He's probably at the training grounds across the river. Let's go.
Cool. Let's do other things. All right. So we're still playing it like we're good at the moment because we're still a child, but it's okay. So we need to find a bunch of apples that are around. They're just lying on the ground. And then we give that to the servant. I think she needs like 4 or 5.
You've finally prized yourself from your pillow, I see.
Yeah, but we're not talking to you yet. No, I refuse. Alright.
Guildmaster,
A powerful man. Alright, so in here is one of the servants.
Can you help me out?
No, why would you make me do that? Okay.
I have to make an apple pie for the Guildmaster at the end of the week.
Uh-huh.
I can't find any more red apples. If you find enough, can you bring them back here?
Yeah, here you go. Take the apples. Did he give them to you?
Thanks.
Okay.
Thank you so much. The Guildmaster will get his pie.
Cool.
Have this.
Thanks for the pie. Alright. So there's also a task over here that's like run to the demon door and back in under a minute, and I have never successfully done it. And it doesn't matter like which I try. Like
50 seconds. No one has beaten that. Yeah, well, if it wasn't for my injured leg, I'd beat that time.
no? Okay.
I'm the fastest guild apprentice by miles. You're the most arrogant, that's for sure.
Where's the other thing there's supposed to... I don't know.
No, you're not.
Alright, but I know up here Whisper will warn us against seeing Maze, but we're gonna go see Maze.
The journey's length is of no consequence. The Oracle must be protected.
How can you be so sure? We might need you here. Who knows what battles we might face?
The signs are too strong to ignore.
His face is messed up.
Guests have been
Like,
too long isolated from the guild.
that's looking pretty rough.
Learn there.
Well, I hope nobody thinks you're running away from a fight, trying to cheat death again. You know how people talk.
Talk is of no matter to me. May death close his eyes to you, Maze.
Alright, bye, dude.
What are you waiting for? Come in. That was Scythe. He was a great hero once, back when he had flesh on his bones and blood in his veins.
How do I become like
He's
that?
just a shell now. What does he know of the choices we have to make? Of what it takes to get things done?
I want to become inhuman. let's see what we got up here. A history of the guild and Jack of Blades. Cool, 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 cool. Alright.
Yes, I am.
No, you're not. But I can't. I can't do it, so. Alright, let's go over here and let's beat up
Come on,
Whisper
then. All right, lad. It's time to see if you've any potential. Get
in the ring.
Now then, I want you to hit that dummy as hard as you can. Just keep going till I tell you to stop.
Okay.
You're not making much of an impact there, are you? Here.
Well,
try
yeah, I've
this.
never had to fight before. We're gonna equip it and continue. And now we use our stick. Dude, 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 dude. Look, I did so well. So
now
good.
That's more like it. When you destroy an enemy like this dummy, it drops an experience orb.
Give me the
These
orb.
orbs contain the knowledge gained from killing the creature.
Give it to
It's
me.
very important that
Give me
you
the
collect
orb.
these orbs, or you won't learn anything.
I want the orb. Give it.
Now pick it up.
Give it to me. Thank you for the orb.
Well done, lad. Now then, tomorrow we'll... That's the guild alarm. Sounds like there might be something loose in the woods. This is a good opportunity
Thank you.
to test your spirit. I'll wait for you at the guild woods entrance while you deal with the problem. Once you're done, we can talk about starting your training.
Alright, let's go whack some beetles. Do 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 do. Let's go get the beetles. Do 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 do. And then we get our stick. Found a stick on the ground, and I'm totally gonna use it. All this power that I found, gonna totally abuse it. Do not get in my way, cause I found a stick today. Do 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 beetle. Where are you? There you are. Alright, we did that. We whacked all the beetles with our stick that we found. All this power. Gonna abuse it. It's gonna be great. Alright. Hi, Willow. What are you doing down there?
Good work, lad.
If you were right here, then you could be in picture.
Be a damn nuisance. Here.
Yeah.
I think you've earned yourself some pocket money for that. If you want more gold, I'm sure
Thanks.
the servants could use your help with something. Or you can get an early night.
Let's see what else we need to
You
do.
look tired after killing those beetles.
I don't think there's anything else we need. Let's double check just to be sure. So there's a demon door. We'll be able to open that eventually. Okay, so there's just a running challenge, and I, again, have never successfully been able to do it. So, we're just gonna pretend like it doesn't exist.
You look tired after
Alright,
killing the... Your
let's...
training is a...
Alright.
The guild
Ended...
is a boy's life. The memory of the Oakvale flames still scorched his mind, but soon he had no thought other than training, and he became stronger and more agile with every passing year. His days were filled with grueling exercises, the nights with study in the library. Finally, he was ready to become a guild apprentice, just as Maze had foreseen.
Get out of bed, lazy bones. We were supposed to meet the guildmaster on the other side of the river, but that was an hour ago. We better get going. Race you there.
Turns out I'm pretty damn lazy. And okay, yeah. So this is the way we go. Other way. It's definitely a quicker way to get there, but you know. Now that I'm a teenager. Oh, look, I beat her here.
Late again.
Always.
You can put that old stick away. We'll begin training with real weapons now.
Get a real
Get used to the
weapon.
weight of
Hell
the
yeah.
sword, and let's see if you can hit Whisper with it.
Equip it.
Come on then. Let's see what you've got, farm boy.
Alright.
How did that get through?
Because I'm better at this than you.
Oh, lucky shot.
Now pay attention. What I'm about to teach you could
Could
well save
save
your
your
life
life.
one day. The life of a hero is a dangerous one, and you must learn to block your enemy's attacks if you expect to live long. Whisper will try to hit you, but you can block her attacks with your sword. Not all blows can be blocked, but you should be able to handle anything Whisper can throw at you.
I feel like they're insulting her, but you know, it's fine. Come on, keep hitting me.
Damn it! How did you stop that?
Just hold down the button like they told me
Well
to.
done. Now let's see if you can combine attack and defense.
Oh look, there's Thunder.
Hello, Thunder. Come to check on your
Now we're
sister's
gonna
progress,
beat
have you?
Whisper's ass in front of her
You could
brother.
say that. Whisper told me you've got her training with some fanboy.
Fanboy.
Maze thinks the boy has great potential.
Enough to keep up with my Whisper. Ha!
Well, why don't we see? Whisper and the boy are just working on their melee skills now. All right, children. Let's see who has learnt the most in their training. This will be a no-holds-barred duel, just like your final melee test. Prepare yourselves.
Cool, cool.
Guildmaster.
Ooh, do, 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 do.
That's all wrong, Whisper. You need to practice more.
I mean,
Shame you couldn't
I
see me
have
fight in the
I have
arena.
played this game a few
You might have
times.
learned
It's
a thing or
okay. You
two.
don't need to like bag
Keep
on
training
Whisper.
if you want to go there yourself one day.
I could have beaten him if you hadn't stopped us.
We have few enough heroes as it is, without the two of you tearing each other apart in training. Speaking of which,
Look, Guildmaster, that's the
meet me
fun
as I
part.
make my way to the archery range when you're ready to continue your lessons. Oh, and about your melee performance. Excellent. Fight like that in your melee exam, and you'll do well.
I'm really good at melee. Really good at melee. We're just
Then
gonna
meet me by
continue.
the archery range to continue your training.
However, if we wait a hot minute,
Guildmaster.
then
Nice young man.
a dude comes and then he tests us and then we can get a better sword. So we're gonna wait for him to come so we can get a better sword. Here he comes.
And your princes want
Yes.
right. This
Give better sword. Thank you.
Right. Let's get Whisper and you in the ring. Same. I have a special
Yes.
All right, you can stop now. That was
Cool,
very
cool.
impressive. Whisper should be ashamed. A+. That grade means I can award you a new weapon.
Hell yeah. Alright, so I'm terrible at
Are you
archery.
ready for your archery
A
training? Let's continue our training with the
ranger,
bow.
I am not.
To begin with, see if you can hit the 3 stationary targets. And put some effort into it. The longer you pull back your bowstring, the more damage you will cause. But make sure you stay within the circle.
Circle? I don't know what he's talking about.
First, you'll need to unsheath your bow.
Ooh.
Well done! You hit all the targets. Unfortunately, most foes don't stand still. So let's see how you fare against moving targets. You have a
Terribly.
minute to score as many points as you
Spoiler
can.
alert.
The front target is worth 1 point. The middle one is worth 3. And the one at the back will score you 9 points.
Like, I know the way to get, like, the
The
best
longer you
score
pull
in
back your
this
bowstring,
is
the
to
more damage the shot will cause.
aim for the back, but I
More
can
damage
never
means
get
more
it.
points. But you have to balance power, firing rate, and accuracy. Let's see what you can do. Come on, lad. Get your bow out.
Because it just wants to keep focusing on. Which, I mean, is fine. I don't need to, like, win all of it, you know. As much as I would love to.
Plenty of power. Lovely.
See, automatically just follows that one. But
Guildmaster, a powerful man. Oh, I see.
oh, damn it.
Guildmaster is here.
Doo-doo-doo.
Not bad.
Yeah.
But try firing more powerful shots.
No. It'll be fine. I promise.
Next, we will learn about the ways of the will. Speak to me when you're ready to continue with your training. I'll be heading to the island by the waterfall.
Okay. Let's go kill some birds. We can get our evil score up a little bit.
Oh, I need someone to kill.
Yeah, I'll kill the birds.
Those damn sparrows are making a right mess of the guild. Just look at them. I'll pay you 5 gold for every.
Look at
one.
them, just existing.
Just come and see me every time you kill another one.
I haven't managed to find, like, all of them. Like, I know that there's, like, a bunch of them. But I'm not sure where all of them are. I know there's one over that way, I think. I don't know. There's not any there.
Killed any of the blighters yet?
No, not yet. But it's okay, because there's one right there. Ooh, it's dead. I killed a sparrow. Okay, we need experience points. There's one right there. And then there's another one up there. Give me the experience. Yeah, and there's one there. Experience points. Give them to me. And then... can never remember where the other ones are.
Killed any of the blighters yet?
Yes.
Good. More of the dead. There's still more out there.
Is that supposed to be one? Yeah, it is. Experience points. Alright. I don't remember how many there are, though.
Have you killed any more of them? Ah, you got another. There's still more out there.
No? Hmm.
Archery grading! Any apprentices for archery grading? You really showed Whisper.
There's just the will left to learn.
No? Are there any over here? No? Where are the birds?
It's been a long day. So
Uh-huh. No.
finish this.
I must finish the birds first. Or is he talking about, like, are there some in the... Are there some in the woods? Oh, I gotta sneeze. Alright, let's see. Is there any in here that we need to get rid of? No? Nope, okay. Then where are the other birdies? Reveal yourselves to me!
You really showed Whisper. Archery grading! Any apprentices for archery grading?
No, I'm terrible at it. Ah, there you are.
Have you killed any more of them?
Yes.
Ah, you got another. There's still more out there.
But where? Or is he just like leading me on and there's like no more birds, but he's gonna keep telling me that there are birds? So I'll run around.
No, you're not.
So you think they're all outside? I mean, that makes the most sense to me.
Have you killed any more of them?
No. I don't know where they are. No, that's rock. Okay. Nope, I don't see any from here. None over here. Yeah, I don't know. I would love to know where the other birds birds are.
Have you killed any more of them?
No. Quit asking. Like, I hear the existence of other birds, but I don't know where they are. That's fine. It's fine. We don't need to kill all of them.
You really showed Whisper.
Alright, so let's go learn
Just
magic.
will left to learn.
Yep.
It's time to learn about willpower. We'll begin by striking these strong dummies with lightning. All right, let's see what you've got.
Cool, 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 cool. You can put that away now. Honestly, the easiest way to do it is to just stand here.
That's it. See how many you can hit in half a minute. Only attack dummies that are facing the center of the island. You won't get any points for hitting one on the back. You'll only waste valuable mana. Using your willpowers depletes your mana, and once used, it takes time to replenish.
Alright. Basically, the easiest way to get like super high marks in this one is just and just keep doing that. Wait for them to flip around. Super easy.
Excellent use of magic. Well done.
Well done. Thank you. We don't need to repeat it.
Good, lad. You have learnt the 3 hero disciplines. We can now move on to your final test if you're ready. Or you can spend some more time exploring the guild. I believe Whisper is about to go into the guild woods if you wish to join her.
Alright, we're gonna play.
Well, I'll be...
Because then we can do fun stuff. Like, see if we can find an emo or those goddamn birds that they keep telling are more of a... Where are the birds? Alright. So let's go to the woods. Because Whisper is there. What up? Alright, let's go, Whisper.
The beetle nest is just at the top of the... Wait. Did you hear that? It's coming from over there. Bandits. If only we could get across that stream. I know. Why don't you use your bow? Or some of that lightning the guildmaster taught you? I'll heal you if you get hurt.
Yeah, I just want to kill him. Like, the big thing is that, unfortunately, like, some acts are just inherently good. So, like, you know, like, killing bad guys is an inherently good act. Oh, you dick.
We did it! Did you see the look on their faces?
Hi,
Wait till
Danny.
the guildmaster hears about this.
Performing inherently good acts. It's annoying. Give me my experience from killing them. It won't. As much as I want it, it won't do it for me. But that's okay. Alright, so... over this way, we can go and get graded on our will. Yeah.
30 seconds once you first. There's a special prize.
Yeah. Give me the magic potion. Alright. Oh, damn it. Perfect system messed up.
That's astonishing.
Alright, okay. I guess I'll take the A+. Cool, thanks for the potion, bro. Thanks for the resurrection vial, bro. Thanks. You don't need to sweet talk your way. I won't kill you. This time. Alright. I feel like there's gotta be another bird somewhere. I just don't know where it is, and it's gonna drive me insane if I can't find it. It's gotta be in like a weird location. Come on. No. I just want to know where this dumb bird is. It's a deep sigh of dissatisfaction. Plus, I gotta, like, undo all the good killing the bandits did. Oh well, there'll be plenty of time to, like, just maim random people walking through the woods. There he is. Alright. We're gonna progress on to the final training.
The boy mastered the skills quickly, but there was always more to learn. For years, the guild was his home, his school, and his life. But as time passed, his thoughts returned always to the world outside. The life he had lost, the family that had been torn from him. At last, only the final day of tests remained. Success would mark the end of his training. He would receive the guild seal and be free to forge his own destiny. He would become a hero. Before you graduate, there is one final test you must complete. Enter the guild woods and go to the log at the top of the hill. The test will be revealed to you there. Good luck.
Alright, let's go beat up Maze. Like, not actually, because we can't, but like...
you're wondering how you pass the final test, then. It's simple.
In a perfect
you must
world.
defeat me, using all you've learned in your years of training. We'll begin with your sword. Hit me, if you can. Attack me!
Stop running like a coward.
Go on, fight me! Very good. Now, Shoot me with your bow. Don't get too close.
Oh.
A good strike. You're getting better at this. Come on.
If only we could like actually do something about him, which I mean, like, I know that we shouldn't, but like,
excellent. And finally,
plot-wise, he needs to be alive. Damn it. Do 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 do. Yeah.
That's enough. Yes.
Impressive for a novice.
You will find real battles rather more fatal than this. But you have passed your final test, and you're ready to receive your guild seal from the guild master.
Alright. Let's go. Not that way. I get really turned around really easily. So no poking fun.
Well, this is
It's the day, lad.
I remember the first night you came to us. And look at you now.
Do you ever think he regrets like getting his guild seal on his forehead?
The graduation ceremony will take place in the Chamber of Fate, the oldest part of the guild. Let the apprentices approach. For many years now, you have worked hard to earn yourselves the title of hero. Today, that apprenticeship ends and you go out into the world to do great deeds. Deeds that will bring you the gratitude of thousands, or strike fear into their hearts. These are dark times. The shadows of Albion are stirring, and strange winds are blowing. Your choices.
Cheesesteak? Why cheesesteak?
Or evil will change the face of the world. Now,
Boss much? Damn it, Daddy, I said not to make fun of me. You did specifically the thing I asked you all not to do.
It's time for you to leave us, lad. But you're still very much part of the guild. On the map table, you will find details of any quests the people of Albion wish heroes to perform. And you'll need to return often to focus all your experience into new skills. Only by doing this regularly will you advance as a hero.
Yeah.
Step into the light, and I'll show you how to do this.
Step into the light, my boy. Alright, we always level up the physique. We wanna look the part of a hero. Can't level up any of those yet. Alright.
There is little else for me to teach you, but I will always be around to offer you guidance. And your guild seal will allow me to communicate with you at all times. You will also notice it flashing when you have enough experience to spend. I have given you a basic pack of supplies. It'll be enough for a while. Now there's a whole world for you to explore.
Alright, let's see what we got. We got some resurrection vials, a lamp. Oh, the lamp. I forgot that the lamp exists. Alright, so we can't do that one. Can't do any of those yet. Because we're not renowned enough. However, I just recalled that we have a lamp. So that's for the fucking Eggman toy comment. You know what? Don't think I won't. probably cost like a shit ton of money. It was like a limited release production run. I don't know. I'll fucking do it, Annie. I will get a job specifically for that expressed purpose of buying you like random ass Eggman like merch. I don't know. That is a threat. Alright. So over here is a demon door. If you've ever played the game, demon doors have like weird riddles and stuff that you have to solve. Light will reveal it, and you are not bright enough. Okay, so with this one, it's a little bit of a riddle. Some people, like, well, I know that the first couple times interpreted it as, like, you need to be, like, super, super good, or that you need to level up your firepower. However, I just realized that we have a lamp. So, we use our lamp.
Is illuminating. Fancy that. You worked it out.
Smart. And so in the demon doors, there's like a bunch of chests and stuff. You better not. I fucking will, Danny. I fucking will. Okay, so in demon doors, there's like a bunch of things. The big thing is you want chests. They have fun stuff in them. And let's raid the shelves. Howl tattoo, cool. We can use that to make ourselves ugly. Nothing, okay. Damn, this is like one of the ones that we can actually go in. Alright. This is Fable Anniversary, because it's the only one that is available on Steam. Otherwise, like, Fable 2 isn't available for PC unless you get it through completely and totally legal ways. Fable 3, you have to buy, like, a card for, like a product key for, but it's like $30, and I do not have $30, so we're stuck to Anniversary.
What's going on here?
What's going on here? Nothing. Don't worry about it. Basically, this is like the updated version of the Lost chapters. They like gave it like a reboot with like better graphics and whatnot. And I think they changed some of... I will send your ass letters that only say hi, sir. Fucking do it, Danny. Do it.
Remember, following the gold markers on your map will lead you to your quest
Attacking the picnic area. Follow me. Follow me.
Alright, but first, instead of following you right away, we're also gonna... Alright, we're gonna talk to this guy, because he's bullying the other dude. Alright.
He expects people to give him gold.
Yeah, we're gonna join the bully. Right. Alright.
Follow me. Hey, you over here. Why don't you belch in his face? Hey, see how he did if you really want to impress people. Look at you. You smell like rot.
I'm not putting up with this. There's plenty of other places to go. It's bullies like you that make old-timers' lives a misery.
Is it the first game then? No, it's kind of like a prequel. It was released after the original Fable as kind of like extra chapters, which is why it's called the Lost Chapters.
Well, I can't hang around. I got to ruin his life some more.
Hey, Stinky, come back here.
But it's also been a long while since I've played the first Fable. because I don't have like an Xbox game system. Alright, let's go kill the queen wasp. Yeah, it's like the addition. We don't stand bullies. I'm playing evil. It's in the stream title. The evil, the bad, and the ugly. We are going for evil, scary, and ugly. Because I've never played evil, scary, ugly before. I've always been like super, super attractive. And like I usually make myself super, super good so that people like don't even question my motivations or anything. You basically can get away with a lot of things like as a good person.
Your bow may prove useful against the wasp queen.
Damn it.
More wasps have spawned, but they
Yeah.
are your weapon.
No, they're not. I have the advanced weapon.
Attack the wasp queen again. Remember, you can also use your will powers against her.
Nah.
You are making good progress learning combat multipliers.
Give me the experience. Yeah, I actually played. I lived with somebody who had an Xbox, and they also had Fable 2. They didn't have like the other Fables, but they had Fable 2. And let me tell you, that was a time. Fully appreciated being able to run around and do all sorts of just really messed up things because Fable is the way that it is.
Received a new quest card.
Alright. So, collect all of these. Yeah, well the thing is like being super attractive in this game, like even if you're like completely evil, being super attractive, people will still follow you and like fall in love with you. Like no effort. You can get away with a lot of things, which I mean is like fairly true to real life. Also, let's murder them because we can. Oh shit, give us an apple. Because there's no guards in here yet. Because I wanted to. Alright. I think that's everything in here. Yeah. Alright. Honestly, that was the first time that I've ever bullied the old man.
Maze is looking for you. He waits for you in the Barstone Tavern.
Yeah, we're not gonna do that yet. Alright, so we're also eventually gonna change our title. Or maybe we can do it now. Yeah, we're gonna become Arseface. The title is just gonna be Arseface. It's gonna be great. Twitch don't catch me on that one.
Oh, hello. You must be the kid Maze is always talking about. Can't imagine what he sees in you. Still, I suppose Maze knows best. But where are my manners? I'm Briar Rose. No doubt you've heard of me. No time for autographs, I'm afraid. I have to get to Knothole Glade for an important mission. Speaking of which, if you came for a quest card, all the best ones have gone already.
Damn,
I'm sure the guild
stealing
can
good
find you
quest
something to do,
cards.
though. I hear the kitchens need cleaning.
Look, I may be a kid. Don't you test me, Briar Rose. Alright, let's add some health in there. Let's see what we got in terms of... Ooh. He means IRL Colton is full of himself? What? Oh. I mean, yeah, I read that. But I chose to ignore it. Okay, so now we're gonna completely ignore the fact that Maze wants to see us. This is the first time I bullied the old man. No, I never bullied the old man. Again, I usually play like super good and then also super attractive because, you know, why not? So I don't bully the old man because I'm trying to get those good person points. However, we're gonna ignore the fact that Maze needs to see us. And we're gonna go get some money so we can buy a house and become a landlord. Come on, come at me. Cool, and then this guy's here too, so we might as well kill him. Plus they give us money. Feed her an apple.
Compliments of the day to you, sir.
No, come. What is my problem? You. Fuck. You are my problem. Give me your money. Who are we feeding an apple? I need to know. Cool. Cool, cool. Wait, who saw me? Oh, you can use caps now. I've removed the filter. You can be as shouty as you want. There is a little bit of a delay, so I promise I'm not trying to ignore. It's just as it comes through. Wait, I heard somebody. Oh, there he is. Yeah, who are we feeding an apple to, though? What's happening? What's going on, Danny? I don't... Y'all are fucking weird. Oh, wait, no, we don't want to go that way. We want... Oh, there's another person! We're gonna get evil early. Alright. Let's fish a creek. So here we can get a free fishing pole.
Help! Help me! They're everywhere! I can't get out!
Don't worry about it, dude. I got this. Briar Rose, feed her an apple?
Oh, thank you, young lad. I ain't cast me line for so long, I got me the shakes.
I don't think we meet her again until like a good while.
Worst time either. I've got me a fishing competition to organise. I tell you what, I'll give you free entry
Hi,
to the
Fergman.
competition.
How are you?
Least I could do. You'll be needing this here fishing rod. Made it myself.
Thanks for the fishing rod.
Is cast your rod over one of them ripples there.
Alright, give me my experience. Alright, now let's go pull shit out of the water. Oh shit, there's a chest here. Oh wait, those make us ugly. Okay. Oh wait, no, it makes us scary. Oh, it does make us ugly. Cool, cool, cool. I'm doing great, except for I've got Danny and Burkholder in this chat just ripping into me. I'm kidding. They're great. I love them. I sure do love murder. Yeah. One of my favorite things to do in this game is to like go get spouses and then just murder them for giggles. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, that's the wrong fairy tale. Trying to hype up the old man. Alright. Somewhere in here, too, is the fish. Like a big fish. Like a big fish. Because you can actually win, like, the fish competition. So many spouses. Yeah. Like to put them in, like, different towns, too. Because they do get mad if they find out that you have another spouse in the same town. Or at least that was, like, a Fable 2 thing. Though in Fable 2, I know that you also had to actually make sure that they were happy and stuff, otherwise they would leave you. Yeah, see, I know that in Fable 2, well, both Fable 2 and Fable 3, you can, like, have, like, kids and stuff. And then it goes downhill the moment you decide, honestly, having spouses, especially multiple spouses, because then you have to, like, regularly visit them. It's a lot of work. Especially, like, being a hero and stuff. Although I do like the mechanics of, like, becoming, like, fat and obese in Fable 2 better, because, like, here, if you get fat, you just, like, run around a bunch. And then you're fine. But, like, in Fable 2, you have to, like, actually change your diet. Have yourself a biddy in every city. You know? Yeah. Gotta be able to get some at any point. You're in Oakvale for a tick? Yeah, gotta have a spouse there. Oh, you decided to head on up to Bowerstone? Yeah, gotta have one over there too. Oh, you gotta have one in Northern and in Southern, anywhere, you know? Fingers crossed they don't, like, run across each other.
Come back here later. I'm reviving the great old fishing competition. There's plenty more fishing spots round here, if the mood takes you.
Alright. Welcome to Fisher Creek, and then do I have to, like, leave and come back? Because I know he puts up a sign of, like, who has the biggest fish. Alright, let's see if he's put up the fish yet.
Good to see you again, my young lad. Come to embark in our intrepid contest, have ya?
Yes.
The stoutest rods in Albion are hunting the waters for the biggest catch, and I'm judging the best ones. Course, there's no one could fish 'em bigger than me in my day, but it's time for young uns like you now. Bring your fishes, and I'll hand you your prizes, if I think they're big enough. The sign over there's got all the details on it if you want to read them. Good luck!
Thanks, weird beard man.
Your mightiness. Yep, take a look at those cheeks. Our face suits him.
Alright, do we have anything bigger than that right now? 5.45. Next prize awarded at 15. Okay. Let's see what we have. Golden fish. Moonfish. Does it not give us the details on it? How am I supposed to know if it's big enough? Alright.
I see your sack is heavy today, me lad. Let's take a squint, shall we?
Can you kill the person who catches the biggest fish and claim it for yourself? I don't know.
To get the prizes, me young lad.
It's hard to tell, like, the names of people, because, like, the way that this works, you can't just, like, figure out their likes.
As long as your arm up in which wood.
There's plenty more fish in this strip.
I've heard the biggest fish are up north, out by Hook Coast. But how's a man like me meant to get there to catch them?
Okay, yeah, so we could head up to Hook Coast eventually and get fish. You know, not having to go through the trouble of... Yeah. I think that would be something that you could probably figure out more in Fable 2, but... Come here. I think here is... Yeah, here I think is the farm, which is boarded up. Oh wait, no, it's Greatwood. It must be the other way, is the farm, which is boarded up because of bandits. We're gonna take a look for shits and giggles and also to kill more things. And also, if we happen to come across any more people... Ah, there's a trader. Gotta get him. Yeah. Come here. I'm not gonna hurt you. Just kill them all. No names for the dead. I mean, yeah. We could do that. We could do... I don't think any of the people there are, like, Herald. But we can go here and kill everybody. Just for shits and giggles. We just can't kill the dude who is judging the fish competition. That's the big thing. Oh. Go around the bench. Oh, I hope that he just didn't, like, run away. Like, completely run away. I still need him to exist. Alright. Oh, now we got some bandits in here. Alright, alright, alright. Give me all of your goods. Thank you. Alright, we were headed up towards Greatwood. Right? let's... I really hope the fisher didn't just, like, run away. Like, run away, run away. Alright, it looks like... Oh, it's just bandits. Perfect. Oh, we just killed the traitor. Oops, a days. No, fuck you. Oh wait, over here is a key. We need the key. Also, the bridge is out, and it will remain out for a while. Okay, so I only have 3 right now. Damn it. Well, we just gotta make sure that he didn't, like, just, you know, run away to never return.
Use the sneer expression.
Ah, yeah, we can sneer now.
Reached unsung status.
I mean, we shouldn't kill him. We should see what kind of goods he has first. What do you got?
You've come to the right place.
Alright, alright. Upcharging a lot. Cool, cool. In that case, die. Oh, damn it. Come here. Oh, you're gonna just walk to me instead of fly to me? Okay. Oh, damn it. He downed it before I could. There's a guard there. I don't want to fight the guards yet. Yeah, that's right. Or I could decide to kill you. There is no oops. There's no oops in evil? Did I say oops? When did I say oops? Alright, here's the other side of Orchard Farm, but they're boarded up. Oh, they're not boarded up. Alright, 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 alright. It's unusual. Alright, let's see. Can we go in the house? No? Fine. But I do know back here's a grave that we can dig later. Also, yeah, we can grave rob. It's always a good time. But yeah, let's continue on. The goal is to get to Oakvale. Yay! More things to kill! The only downside is killing them makes us good. It's kind of an obnoxious, really. Damn it. Do-do-do-do-do. Oh wait, there's potions over here. They kind of wish they had boarded up. Well, they put in a quest at the guild first, and then they run back into the house. So I don't think we can actually kill the owners of the farm. The bugs are never up here. Alright. Alright. Damn, leggings making my comments make so sense. Yeah, it does that.
Set up a toll in this region. Be careful.
Hell yeah, we get to just murder a bunch of bandits. It's a good time.
I hope you got the gold they want. These bandits will kill us for fun.
I mean, I do have the gold. Am I gonna pay it? Fuck that noise. Not payment will result in my death.
Path is private. It'll cost you to get through. Or we can always use your head as an ornament. Either way suits us. So,
Same, bro.
wanting to end up dead, you'll hand over your shinies.
Hand over my shinies. Oh shit! Fuck.
Clear the path.
I fucked up. Is really what it was. That's okay. Oh, I took my gold back. Great. Come here. We are murdering all of the bandits for funsies. Damn it.
Your health is critical.
Yeah. I'll be fine though. Okay, so now this way. Pay with steel. Yep. Oh, what's really fun is if you can get them over by the barrels. Damn it, it's fine. Do not hit the barrels. Don't hit the barrels. They explode. But now we can do that. Alright, so there's a chest here. What do we got in here? Flame augmentation. $500 gold. We making bank here. Those barrels, evil barrels. Damn it. Alright. I'll play. Come on, scary item. Current value damage -2. No, thank you. We'll take it though. We'll sell it later. Yeah, dice come die. Exactly. How dare they? You know? Alright. Oh wait, no, that's where we came from. We want to go away from that. So then there's a demon door over here. That eventually... Because he wants, like, the evilest axe. I think...
This is the deal. You perform an act of great evil in my sight, and I'll pop open.
I'm pretty sure we have to, like, bring a bunch of people and just murder them in front of him. Which works really great if you're, like, super good, because then a bunch of people will just follow you. Ah, shit. Traitors. Hehe. Damn it. Oh shit! There's the guard. Here.
That's a terrible crime no matter who you are.
Yeah.
Listen.
Why we do it?
Please don't mess with
Alright.
the goods.
I don't know. You look like you're upcharging pretty bad. How evil are we talking? Murdering a bunch of people usually works. At least that's what I recall. I thought it was like eating the live, well, the crunchy chick, but I was wrong. Okay. So over here is Rosewood Cottage. Just Rose Cottage, my bad. But in here, eventually you'll be able to like go and rescue her grandson, and then he'll just run back into the caves. But then
I never open on a first date. My heart has been broken too many times before.
He wants a proposal.
Someone who really loved me through.
So this is the door you gotta propose in front of. Drugs. Alright, here's a fishing spot. There are some blue mushrooms that you're supposed to go around and collect. No, we're not okay. You know, Danny, I didn't think you were. It's Sarah. Sarah and Shurigo. Okay, so this one's 26. Alright, alright. Alright, so this one, this demon door here, he wants you to like, get your, multiplier up pretty high. Yeah, he wants you to have like a super high multiplier before you try and open.
I need to see your combat multiplier get higher before I swing a jar.
I think like the easiest way to get your combat multiplier up is by going into the hob caves and then like coming out as quick as possible. Yeah, you gotta go in there and then run out and like defeat all of these pretty quick. Get the house. They're hobgoblins, not...
In Darkwood, you will find the Chapel of Scorn.
Yep.
Please the deities.
Yeah, we're actually gonna become a devotee of Scorn. It's gonna be great. Gotta use magic sometimes. All the skellies. Like all the skeletons? You carry the proud title Arseface. Yep, I do. Wear that with a badge of fucking honor. Also, Sean, how are you? Barrels! Small is small. Alright. Wait, there's a trader. Hey, you got some good? Got some goods? Alright, alright, alright. Unlimited. You missed Colton's terrible joke at my expense. Oh yeah. It was a good one. Alright. Yeah, let's go for it. Let's go for it. Wait, it doesn't have any augmentation spaces. Steel cleaver. That's fine. We'll just take the steel longsword, steel katana. Let's take the steel katana.
You've got the makings of...
You're just here. I enjoy the fact that you're here. Alright, let's go murder some things. Oh shit, I didn't even like equip it. Alright, now that we've got that. Fuck off. Oh wait, where are you? There you are. Okay. Murder. Damn it. You got in my way, damn it. What do you got?
Please don't mess with the goods. You've got the makings.
You charge too much. It's terribly mean and accurate. Oh shit, there's another trader up here. Alright. What do you got? Do I get a sword on my name? Well, how do you get a sword on your name? That's by being a mod. So Danny's a mod. You can be a mod if you want. Do you want to be a mod, Sean?
Hey, the wasp killer. Nifty bit of work that.
Beware, traveler. I block the
Oh yeah, he wants you to do a challenge. I think you gotta face like a bunch of Balverines or something.
If you request, my guardians will test your mettle in combat. Meet their challenge, and the reward I hide is yours.
Yeah, because you're a Prime subscriber. You get sorrow, what? Are you a trader? Nope, you're just a traveler? Cool. Give me your gold and your experience. Are you a trader? What do you got? What do you got?
I'm pleased to serve you.
Ah, shit, okay. What do we got? What do we got? Let's make ourselves real ugly, real scary. Oh, you're not brave enough for politics? What do you mean? Let's give ourselves a warrior stripe. Oh no. And a working mustache. I think we could pull off a working mustache. Working mustache? Let's go with a working mustache. I think that'd be funny. Yeah, look how handsome we are. Look at that. Don't abuse your power. Yeah, Danny, I know that, like, I know we were dunking on Colton all of today, but... Leather boots? Okay, what are we wearing now? Alright, it's gonna make us uglier? Perfect. That's what we want. Okay. Leather boots. Beautiful. Are you trying to, like, get Nightbot to do things? If you really want to, there's some commands. Any of you traders? Nope. Cool. We only spare the traders who give us good deals. Because you're just a traveler. Come here. Doo-doo-doo. Doo-doo-doo. We were dunking on him? Yeah, we were. Oh shit, the door riddled. The door wanted a proposal and then Colton being so funny. Yeah. The door does want a proposal. Where? Did I run over all the bodies? Did I collect all the things? Bye! Hehe. Oh shit. I must actually kill the next traitor. No, I didn't want to know. I was talking about it. I didn't want to... Oh. Alright, okay, so here's the next traitor. Let's see what he got. Oh wait, it's the same dude. We can't kill him. He's gonna give me good deals. We spare the ones who give me good deals. Excuse me, my name is Arsface, and you will respect that name. And for that, I'm gonna have to kill you. How dare you not fucking respect my name? Alright, so... Well, he was gonna give me good deals, but then he, like, disrespected my name. Alright, so in here, we hit it in there, and then the key falls out. Also, Sean, you didn't answer my question of whether or not you wanted to be a mod.
I'm pleased to serve you.
Alright, he's gonna give me good deals, too. Alright, what do we got? What do we got? Make ourselves uglier. Alright, alright. Lower dress. Leather. Alright, let's do it. Give the people what they want. I did. Right? See my... Alright, where are our trousers? Leather leggings. Alright. No, bro! My name is Arseface. You can't... Don't go disrespecting me like this. Oh wait, is the Bordello open yet? Or the Bordello? You open? Damn it. You know, you have no power in a PC-dominated world. You're not a traitor. You're just a traveler. Goodbye. Alright, are you gonna call me something other than our space? Oh no, you're upcharging. You gotta die. I don't make the rules. Alright. We're in the camp. This isn't Skyrim. Yeah. It's not. No, I can't kill him, unfortunately. As much as I want to for upcharging. Resurrection Vial. Great, great, great. What do you got? What do you got? Barrels! Fucking love barrels. Unfortunately, you gotta, like, find all the tattooists. Guac is 50 cents extra. Console will always have the power. Oh shit, that's not what I wanted. I didn't want that. Give me back my steel katana. Oh shit, there is one augmentation spot. Wield. Yeah. Seeking out given bubblegum and ass weapons. They're all like bubblegum. Especially when we're 500-600 every 8 years and not 2K every 4. Oh wait, okay, so up here is Scorm. It's all lovingly coated in like this really nice red filter. I think there's a chest back here. Yeah. Assassin shirt? Alright, let's see what we got. It doesn't do us any good, but it does make us scarier. And it makes us eviler. So, perfect. Hell yeah. Honestly, this is such a fun run through. You can also, like, kill these dudes if you're playing good.
Return with followers to reap your reward.
Yeah, you gotta sacrifice people to Scorm.
Be gone now. You insult us with your lack of offerings.
Look, bro. I just came here to check out the church, and at this point, I don't know that I want to join it. I mean, I do, but, you know, you're not making it more appealing. Alright, let's continue on. Alright, is there... No, okay. I swear, if a troll pops out, I'm gonna be so mad. Alright, let's go. Hey, where the hell did you come from? Ah, no, 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 no. Did you see me? Wow. Got a bag of goodies. Wait, I want the coinage. Yeah. Unfortunately, killing like all the hobgoblins and stuff is like an inherently good act. Like, they don't take into consideration why I'm killing the things that I'm killing. They're just like, oh no, you killed the thing, that's good. Resurrection vow? Alright. Don't kill the guards. Yet. Oh wait, there's a traitor. Traitor, what do you got? Oh shit, there's a bag. You booing my ass? Excuse? Mr. Troll pops out. Hi, sir. That's exactly how I feel. He's upcharging a significant amount. But there's a guard there, so your life is safe for today. Those hobgoblins are just trying to feed their families. You know? Yeah, and I'm just killing them for the sake of killing them. Oh god, there's fucking pixies. Those are fucking the worst. You gotta get their attention though. Damn it. It helps them when they're focused on travelers and stuff. Damn it! Gonna kill it. Because we can. They're just annoying to kill. Thank you for dying. Appreciate your contribution to my ever-growing experience pile. Doing a Palpatine playthrough? No, the goal is to be, shit. The goal is to be as ugly and evil as possible. Oh, and also scary. We're aiming for scary as well. Convinced he gets doing Palpatine's playthrough, kill the traitor and the guard. See, the guards are just, like, really hard to kill when you also have low amounts of health. We got lightning augmentation, golden carrot, tofu. Force lightning and all. Well, I can have other things. Oh, there's a Balverine up here. These are obnoxious to kill. Okay, so there's nothing else up here? Yeah. Barrowfields. Now we're into a place where we don't have to worry about our life. No, I just haven't gotten any of the other spells. Like, you can do lightning. My favorite one is usually, like... Okay, so then there's another... no, not there. That's Lady Greyhouse. No, not Lady Greyhouse. That's just Greyhouse. And at Greyhouse, there's like a bunch of skeleton people. And Old Raised. I assume you mean Raisin. Yeah. He wants you to be fat.
Another bony adventurer seeking to plunder my riches. I'm not interested in your meager frame. Get some meat on you. I want beefy, blubbery, plump, porcine. Stop being a slave to public perception and treat yourself. Pies,
Treat yourself.
meat, beer, anything, but lots
All right,
of it.
bye, Danny. Bye, Colton.
Eat yourself large, and you'll be welcome here.
Yeah, I'll probably be around later. Like, maybe not on stream, but later. Alright. Gotta put that away, though. They don't like it when you just wave them around. There's too many fucking boo in my ass. Twerp. Call me Arseface. I'm not twerp, I'm Arseface. Alright?
Hello, I remember you. We thought you died in that awful bandit raid all those years ago. So where have you
How would you
been all
even
this time?
recognize me? Half of my face is covered.
You do remember me, don't you? I was looking for Rosie, my teddy bear, just before the raid. After that day, my parents moved to Bowerstone, but I never really liked it there.
Yeah, Bowerstone is kind of weird. They don't let you take your weapons in. It's harder to kill people.
Anyway, I have to go now. But it was great to see you again. Bye.
What in the close-up? Okay, now that we're here, there's a couple things that we can do. So over here is, a woman.
I still think about.
I don't know if you've ever
Often
played this
stand out
game,
here and
Sean.
Look out to sea. My dear husband was lost to the waters years ago.
Oh, I should
He
sit the
went
other
on
way.
a fishing
Make it look
expedition and never
sense.
came back. I haven't given up hope of seeing him again one day.
Alright, so he's actually over on the other side. So we're gonna go talk to him. Get out. Call me by my name. Now, Fable Anniversary. Which is like the reboot of Fable The Lost Chapters, which like came out as like a prequel to Fable 1. Unfortunately, I haven't found like a legal way to get all of the Fables. That's not what I wanted to do. I wanted to kick the chicken.
At long last, a kind soul who doesn't
A
fear
kind soul.
I have paced this forsaken beach for so many years.
Watch me, bro.
Could it be that you be sent by the gods to lift me from my fierce torment.
Yeah, we're gonna help the
Spirit
ghost.
dwells at the bottom of the sea. Arr, and my poor wife is left destitute and a grieving. Arr.
And
She
grieving.
thinks I
Arr.
a simple fisherman and still be somewhere
Oh,
lost
oh,
at sea.
there's a cat.
It may
Look at
shock
a cat.
you to learn, dear friend,
How long
that
have
I
you
had
been
a small
there?
side business in piracy. Arr. I hid my sinfully plundered treasure next to the jetty on the western beach. If you were to use a spade to dig it up and give it my wife, I will reward you with plentiful riches, ye old sea dog. If you be in need of a spade, they be sold.
Yeah, yeah. I played Fable so long ago. So it's like hard to remember like all of like what happens in Fable 1. Like the most recent one I played other than Fable the Lost Chapters is Fable 2. But I also didn't like beat the game before the person I lived with moved. And it was their system. I think it came out in like 2000. Oh, it's close to nighttime. The shops aren't open yet. Alright. Okay. Yeah, I think it came out in like something like 2004. I could be wrong. Alright, let's go to the tavern and sleep. Even though it's so fucking expensive here. No! But it's fine. We'll make that money up. Because we're actually not... No, damn it. It's dark. How did it get dark?
Oh, I just want him gone. It's annoying.
Have to serve every bugger a drink, do
Yes?
Alright. Ooh. Look.
All breakages must be paid for.
We need the spade.
Impressive wasp slaying.
Don't call me Wasp Slayer. I am Arseface. Alright. It's either over here. No. Or... Right, there it is. There's something. Come on. Give... I just want the money, damn it! Oh, no? There. No? Okay, yeah. So there's the money that the pirate left for his wife. I'm sorry, Sean. I'm gonna need you to stop talking bad things about my friend. You have a great personality.
Hello again.
I would watch you stream. No.
Hello again.
Fine. Can we make her follow us? Let's see if we can make her follow us, and then we can kill her out of the sight of the guards.
Follow.
I so miss your stench of dead fish.
Can you come, please? So I can kill you. Fine.
What are you doing?
Cool. Now, we hide from the guard. Because I don't want to have to fight them right now. It's rather really just obnoxious. Yeah, I do get the the not having a good internet. Oh shit, will these make us... They will make us even more unattractive. Perfect. That's really what we want. Alright, I know we're wearing leather boots right now. Oh no. They're less armor though. Oh wait, it makes us more attractive. That's... We don't need it. We don't need it. Alright, so now that her body's gone. What? I didn't kill nobody. Oh wait, there's also a chest up here. Yeah, you can shut the fuck up. Once I'm stronger, anybody who says anything to me, don't worry. It'll be fun. Okay. So we can also buy our childhood home. We'll do that once we got enough money. Because, of course we're evil, so we're gonna be a landlord. It's on site.
Hero, can you help me out?
I don't know what that's reference to. Okay, yeah, so the ghost leaves. There's also a chest in here. This is also a place that you can sleep while you're in Oakvale. And we want to equip that because it's better. Okay, so now we'll talk to the dude who owns the chicken competition. Just so he knows that that's available now.
Hey, hero. Oh, a hero! I could really use your help, sir. I run a harmless little chicken contest down on the beach, but I'm having a bit of ghost trouble. Yeah, you got rid of him already.
Yeah.
Capital! I can open up my chicken arena again. Come down for a game if you like.
Doo-doo. Doo-doo. Doo-doo-doo-doo. Alright, so now that's down there. Oh, there's a chest. Hell yeah. Sometimes, there's, really weird close-ups.
Why don't you get back where you belong?
You know, if there weren't more people watching me, I would kill you. I am a nasty piece of work, thank you.
Oh, hello. Can I ask, have you ever tried? I've never Oh.
Alright, so... He's out in the guild woods, so we go to the guild. Alright, so he's out in the guild woods, so we're gonna go talk to him. No, avoid doing quests. There's a reason why my name is Arspace, y'all. Okay. Now he also has the blue mushrooms. Or one of the blue mushrooms.
Hey, hi. My name's Cyril. I mean, she was a stunner. At least
At least I think she was.
But I also thought the trees around us were running around on little chocolate legs, if you see what I mean.
You know, I don't know what kind of
Anyway,
mushrooms he was
I really
smoking or
want to see her
eating, but
again.
like,
Well, probably.
where can I find some?
Maybe it was just the mushrooms and she's actually just an ugly stick victim. Even if she isn't, what if she doesn't like me?
Beaten with the ugly stick.
I'm going to take my chances all the same. Please, take this letter to her in Oakvale.
Alright, we got the letter.
I must know how she... Oh, one more thing. Don't try to pass the letter off as your own. I've spent weeks perfecting its sublime poetry.
We're gonna pass the letter off as our own. Alright, let's go. I think he'll still give us the mushroom anyway. Alright, where are we? We are... Okay, we're right by the cemetery. Alright.
Do you think I'm pretty? I met this man at a party in the guild. I think he
Might be in love with me.
You haven't spoken to him, have you?
No. Yeah, we're gonna give her the letter.
Is this from you?
And we're gonna say that the letter is from us.
I don't know what to say. Thank you so much. Here, take this symbol of my undying affection.
Cool, we got a letter.
All about that silly man from the Guild Woods. You're a real man. Ooh, I can't wait to tell Fiona about you.
Her affections are so fucking fickle. Alright. So, let's go back to the Guild Woods. And let's tell him that she rejected him. Give us the mushroom. No.
Wait a minute. Is that a reply you're hiding from me?
You've got a wife now? No, not quite yet.
Why did she give that to you? Didn't she say anything about me?
No, she didn't. No.
Well, at least I know the truth now. I imagine she had a face like the back of a cart anyway.
In the back of a cart.
Might as well take this. I'd rather not fall for some sow-faced sack of potatoes again.
This is too real. Now I can't. See, here's the thing. Gypsy has gotten a wife. However, Hal has not. Also, if you think I'm not gonna like look up some like Swedish or Norse like bullshit about like teasing you guys, I will 100%. What does SSDD mean? I don't know what it means. I'm dumb. Okay, let's go back down to here. Back down to Oakvale, see what happens. Oh wait, we can go dig up graves. Because I know he, like, the pirate also has his, like, buried treasure in here. It's by the axe dude. By the axe statue. Same shit, different day? God damn, the delay is causing problems. Alright, that was that not? I guess it had to have been. Alright, let's do some grave robbing while we're here. No? Okay. Nope. No? There we go. Nope, okay. Not that one, not that one. No. I know there's more than one. There we go. Okay, that leads us out. Still more graves yet to rob. It's gonna be so much harder to, like, get a spouse now that I'm playing ugly. Cause, like, even when you're, like, bad, like, evil, and you're, like, if you play evil and attractive, it's a lot easier to get spouses. I think we have to do the leading the escort mission before before the bordello opens. Okay. I think the only place that we can really go right now is, like, we're headed towards the bandit camp, but they're also closed up because it's for a specific mission. No, I already got that chest. I always mess that part up. Barrels! Fucking love barrels. Oh yeah, I need to find a tattooist. I mean, like, I know there's, like, one reliably in Knothole Glade, but that's still a little whiles away in terms of, like, actually doing plot, like, plot quests. Should put that away. Alright, let's go back to the guild and see what quests they have for us. We've also gotten a bunch of experience, so let's see what we can level up. I'm also gonna pop my back. Alright. Let's go. Let's go increase our magic power. And our health. Should definitely increase our toughness. We want to look strong. Okay. Oh wait, we also want 2. Okay, do we want to increase our accuracy or speed? Let's go with accuracy. Or can we do both? Yeah, we can. Alright, let's see what we got. Nothing? Oh, right, because I gotta go talk to Maze over in Bowerstone. That's why they haven't given me any new quests. Alright, let's finally head on over to Bowerstone South. They're gonna take our weapons away from us. Because there's no weapons allowed in Bowerstone. Makes it really hard to get property.
Oi! You're new here, aren't you? We have some rules round here that you need to know about. Bowerstone is a peaceful town. I'll have to confiscate your weapons for now. There are shops.
Alright, bye
inns,
Sean, have
lots of
fun. Thanks for
different
joining me.
games, all kinds of things. Why not pay the tavern a visit first? It's the building in front of you, just up the road from here. Oh, and keep an eye open for Lady Grey.
I know it's gonna like
Treat her
come through.
with respect. She is the mayor after all. Have a look around and enjoy your stay in Bowerstone.
I've got my eye on you.
Alright. There we go, just because I know it takes a hot minute for it to come through.
Over here.
I don't know why the alerts aren't working though. Oh shit! The guard fucking... Yeah. I don't want to get kicked out quite yet. And I don't have the apologize expression yet, so... That's a problem. Alright, yeah, you know, I'm kind of the worst. Normal haircut. Oh, they're upcharging hardcore here. Unfortunately, I can't kill you.
Those wasps
Yet.
were so brave.
I think one of these places there's a key. Not in here, apparently. Shit, too many people watching me. Too many people aware of my presence. I think the key is up in the balcony on this house. But I don't know that I have enough. Yeah, can't afford it quite yet. Kick a chicken! Kick the chicken! No! Fucking kick the chicken. Don't break the barrel. Alright.
Been enjoying all the attention, have you?
Nope,
Yes.
they keep calling me
Heard
the
about your
wrong
encounter
name.
with the Wasp Queen. Most of BaAaaAAD is talking about it. But, you shouldn't let that kind of thing go to your head. Anyway, that's not why I called you here. You see, there are dark forces gathering that put your giant insect to shame. Tell me, how much do you remember of the night I took you to the guild? Of the raid on Oakvale? Not much, I wager. A most terrible night. I thought those bandits had killed your whole family, and that you were going to be next. But it seems there may have been another survivor. Your sister.
What?
I'm afraid it's only
My
a rumor,
sister?
and there's no way to be certain yet. But I thought you should know. And for pity's sake, boy, make sure you replace that basic equipment while you're here.
Oh, I already did that.
Check the guild for more.
There's no need to insult me. Oh wait, this kid wants me to follow her to her house because her brother is high as hell.
Oh, woe is me. My son is poorly.
He's real
It's
high.
My boy. My poor little boy.
Real high.
At Lookout Point when he found these strange mushrooms. The witch in Bowerstone Key says we shouldn't worry, but she needs more of the mushrooms before she can cure him. I would find them myself, but I need to look after Aldi. Please, could you help us?
Some weird glitches going on with her face. Alright. So... Look, I already followed you. I already knew where I was going. It's fine. Don't worry about it. We like to bump into people so they break things. Alright, so back at the... Yeah.
I'm keeping you under surveillance.
Alright.
You've come to the
Let's see, what do you got? What do you got? Nothing.
Says Orchard Farm's got some weird...
Alright, let's go to the Heroes Guild. And we're gonna open the map, we'll open the table, and then I'm going to go grab a drink real quick, but I'll be back in a hot second. Willow, you entertain people. Are you entertaining the people? Willow a good host? I hope she was. Alright. She is kind of blah sometimes. She's not very well. But we love her. Alright, so we're playing evil, so we're gonna go attack Orchard Farm. Let's see if there's any boasts that I can, like, actually do. I'm usually really bad about boasts. Do the quest naked? We could do the quest naked. That would be funny. Let's do the quest naked. Definitely not gonna make it through that one. Fist fighter. No. No healing? No. Protect bandits. I don't know that I'll be able to do that while doing it naked. So I suppose, like, I am, like, strong enough that I could do it, but let's not. Alright. Okay. Yeah, so we're gonna do it naked. Okay. So once we get down there, these two Jamokes, they lost their mushroom in the guild.
So you're going to be doing some work down at Orchard Farm, are you? I knew that was your true calling. Tell you what, I'm going to pick up the other side of this little quest and teach you how to choose better friends. I hope you've been practicing. You'll need all the experience you can get to beat me. See you later, farm boy.
Yeah. But it's okay, we'll be naked for it. It'll be funny. Alright. Oh, damn it. Do 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 do. Are you a trader? Or are you a traveler? It looks like you're a traveler. So have fun dying. Alright. Are they... yeah. Wow. No, you come back here. No. Where's the fun in stuff? Yeah. It's because I use it against people. Oh shit, there's a chest here. Oh, and a bunch of potions. Cool. Cool, 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 cool. Oh, damn it. Come here. Like, I'm gonna be working with y'all, like, real soon. I don't know why you gotta, like, be attacking me like this. Like, is it really necessary? Come here. Ah, shit. Hate it when that happens. Alright. And... what are you? Where are you? What? Where? Oh, there you are. Thank you. Okay. I think this is Orchard Farm. I could be wrong. No, it's Greatwood. Oh, there's the arrow on the screen. Okay. However, just before we do... oh wait, that's... okay, yeah, we were just there a second ago. So, now we go in. Go no hat. No gloves. No shirt. No trousers. No boots. No outfit. Cool. It's a good thing we have potions, y'all.
There you are. You ready for a bit of violence? The farm's just behind this gate. Mob's here is going to blow it in a moment. We're after some crates the farmer's got stored in his barn. Don't know what's in them, and I don't much care.
Don't much
We're
care.
just paid to do a job, so don't go asking questions. Just lead us to those crates, and we'll grab them.
Okay, y'all.
Let's do it.
Oh, I shouldn't have done that. That was bad.
Let's go. Cover me while I get the crate.
Aye. Come at me, bro.
Let's move.
Alright, let's go get the crates, bro.
Let's move. Cover me.
Alright. I think they come from over here. Alright, you go.
Let's go.
Alright, let's go. Heyo! How's it going, Rob? It's going great. I'm here for Fable. Shit. There you are. Come here. Come here.
Let's move.
Okay, let's go get more boxes. Both of you, grab boxes. Chilling, getting some dinner, chilling out for a bit. I'm doing great. We're doing
Watch my back.
an evil, ugly, scary run. Did you both grab crates, or did one of you grab crate? Okay. You're down for this run? It's a good one. I haven't gotten horns quite yet, But we are pretty ugly and we are pretty scary. Where? There you are. Come here. Yeah, it is. Oh, I also took a boast. So I have to do this all naked. I know nothing of Fable, so ugly and scary works for me. So I'm playing Fable Anniversary, which is like a it's kind of like prequel to Fable 1, but ultimately the idea is it challenges like RPGs, like normal like hero kind of idea. So you can be the hero and still be evil, but all of your choices do actually impact the story. So being an evil character is still going to impact like
You've learned some new moves, have you?
how everybody
Well,
interacts with
you're
you in
not
the
the only
world.
one. I hope you've learned how to flourish, because that's the only
Just
way
fucking
you're going to get
striding
close
on
to
up
me. Go on,
while naked.
try to hit me with a flourish.
Yeah, I will.
So you can do it.
Yeah.
I'm still going to beat you though.
I'll do it while I'm naked too. Come here. Come here. Come at me. Come at me.
Damn! You beat me again! I suppose this quest is yours then.
Yeah,
But you can't
I
stay
fucking
lucky
did it.
forever, farm
This
boy.
wasn't luck.
We're bound to meet again.
Whisper.
And I'll be ready.
Please, let us go. You've got the boxes, there's nothing else. Just leave us be.
If only I could break into the house. I would.
You're now renowned enough to use the manly arm
Like,
pump expression.
unfortunately,
Recognize status.
it won't let me get in there.
Check
Alright.
the guild for more.
Let's go put on our clothes again. So we had leather gauntlets. We had the assassin shirt. We had leather leggings because that makes us uglier. That'll make us more attractive. The leather boots will still make us more attractive. God damn it. Alright, let's put on the leather boots. Let's go over here, because there's something we can fish over here. Oh shit! The horns are coming in! The horns are coming in! Oh hell yeah! No, give. Okay, we got elixir of life. Alright, so let's head on out this way. So this will get us to Greatwood Lake, where we can kill more things. I love killing things. Oh shit, there's another one. Oh wait, is that a trader? No, it's just a traveler. Yo, come back! Hey, trader or traveler?
Get out of it.
Traveler? Cool. Oh, damn it. Is that a troll? Oh, no. It's just some dude hiding. Alright. I think we have enough keys. Yeah, we do. Serve life? Okay, that's fine. That is a traveler.
You're now evil enough to use
shit.
the middle finger expression.
Cool, cool, cool. We can now flip people up. Always a good time. Oh, damn it. Oh shit, what do you have? Alright. Okay. Doo-doo-doo. Oh wait. We already cleared this area, but... I think we have to go escort the the traders. Okay, let's see what we can level up first. Let's... One of my favorite things to do is multi-strike, so let's do that. We can summon things too. Oh shit. Alignment modifier. We can drain life. What did summon give us? Oh, damn it. Made us good. Hi Steve, how are you? God damn, that's such a cute emoji. Like emote. I love it. Let's see. Hob killing contest, that's against Whisper. We can... Let's see what boasts there are. I'm doing great. I'm having a lot of fun. I'm doing an evil, scary, ugly run of Fable Anniversary. It's been good. It's been great. Do the quest naked. We can do that. Let's do it naked. Protect the traders. Do the quest. Yeah, they have... Obviously, they have to survive. No, just the two? Okay.
Oh, hello there, hero. That was...
So, let's go. Oh, wait. I don't remember where exactly we run into them, so let's just get naked now. Twitch, don't come for me. Oh, wait. Who are you?
You feeling okay?
No.
Fairies have burrowed their way into my gums.
You don't think you've ever played Fable before? It's one of those games that came out for Xbox a good like century ago. Oh wait, I don't meet them yet? Oh, okay. Let me put on some clothes. Leather gloves. Assassin shirt. Leather trousers. Leather boots. Okay. So until we run into the traders. I highly recommend if you like RPGs. This is like, unfortunately, Fable Anniversary and Fable 3, and like Fable The Lost Chapters, but Fable Anniversary is basically The Lost Chapters, just better graphics. Okay, you're a traitor. What do you got? What do you got?
You've come to the right place.
Ah, shit, we got our tattoos now. I mean, he is upcharging, but that's okay. Vaguely remember it now. It was the only game I was jealous of Xbox having. It's good. I thoroughly enjoy it. Okay, so let's give ourselves a face tattoo. That's gonna make us more attractive. No, we don't want that. Okay, so let's go with the Howl tattoo. Even though it's kind of expensive from this dude, I'm fine with that. Let's make... No, that'll make us too attractive. No, still too attractive. Okay, we don't have any legs. We don't have the ability for legs yet. Oh, wait. He did upcharge us, so we're gonna have to kill him. I don't make the rules. Also, forgot that I did this, but... Also, if you haven't followed Steve Joe Bob, he is great. I absolutely adore his content. So wholesome. But there's a link. You should go follow him. Incredibly supportive community. I have a lot of fun in his streams. Okay, I have been on this term. Cool. Come here. Of course. Aw, oh, damn, his head popped off. Yeah, look at that. Too bad I can't kick it. I know that, like, in... Oh, shit, I kicked it. I did it. Send a warning. No, come on, kick it out of there. Damn. There is, like, an achievement, I think, for, like, how many decapitations you have.
Try to get your combat multiplier even higher.
Doo-doo-doo, and he'll never see it coming. Neither will this dude. Oh shit. Oh, there's another one of you? Okay. Oh wait. Hell yeah, there we go. Okay, so... I think going through here will trigger the quest. No, I'm wrong. Okay. Yeah, I think there's a decapitation. Either that or it's just like one of the weird things that it keeps track of is you get decapitations for giggles. But it also allows you to do stuff like this. So let me see if there's like there's any of no, there's no bandits here.
Well, that was the only good thing that happened.
Look, bro, I could kill you. Alright. One over here. As soon as I find another bandit, if the quest doesn't trigger first, I'll show you, like, the best way to do decapitations. But I think going in here triggers the quest. No? Okay. I already killed all the bandits here, otherwise that would have been a good one. Eat some foods. Alright. So, since I didn't see... No, don't take my mark. God damn it. This fucker took my mark. We just decapitate the guard. Damn it. Fuck. Yeah, you know what? He started it. He killed my mark. So. Dude, I was a killer before. Oh, wait. You're a traitor. Come here.
You're sure to find something to suit you?
I don't know, bro. You're upcharging. Do you have anything I want, though? Make ourselves less attractive. Right there. Fuck, we're gonna do it. We're gonna do it. Alright, now, because he upcharged us, he's gotta die. Bro, you gotta die. That's how this works. Yeah, he's got it. Slayer of everyone. Yes, that is correct. Yo, get off the Colas gate. You're just gonna trigger it. Just gonna make me trigger it. No. Come here. I don't want to go into it. Hey. Okay. Bandits are honestly the easiest ones to decapitate. But only if you have like a good vantage spot. Any of you traders? No, you're just travelers. Okay. See? Decapitations. They're fun. Yeah. And then we can kick the heads. Go ahead, kick it. Kick the head. The heads were nowhere to be found. No, I wanted it gone. A warning. Alright, and then through here, there's a bunch of goblins. Come here. Okay. Is it this way? Yeah, gotta go this way.
Thank Avo, you're here.
Oh, it's pretty far behind.
I thought we were gonna die in this hellish place. We have to get to the Barrow Fields.
Oh wait, no, it's not.
Darkwood. You lead the way. We'll be right behind you. The sooner we put this forest behind us, the better. There are unnatural things out there.
Okay, so now gotta go. Oh wait. Oh, it did make me naked first. Cool, cool, cool. No, that's not what I wanted. No, stop doing things. Alright, can I make them wait?
Wait. Wait.
Okay, you guys stay there. Do-do-do.
Ah, help! Something bit me and left me for dead. Please, let me come with you.
We can't let him follow.
No.
He's infected. He'll be eating our guts before we know it.
We have
Yeah.
sworn a traitor oath. We have
He's
to help him.
no, he's gonna die.
Not a good idea. Not a good idea at all.
I will be killing him.
Bear well, and there won't be any trouble.
Who? But if he gives us money for it, I don't know. I don't know. We're not gonna do it though, just because then I'm gonna have to deal with him later. I'm gonna murder you, so it'll be fine. You'll be— no, don't run away! Come back! I wanna kill you! Fine. Alright, follow me.
Right behind you.
Follow.
Okay. Come along. Yeah, the Balverines. Oh wait, these ghouls need to wait.
This reminds me of what happened to my cousin once. He got lost with some other traders and didn't
Wait, no, it's shit.
for 2 weeks.
Okay, now you can come. I don't think there's anything that pops out during this.
I'll make sure they get nice, safe jobs.
I need to spend. I've heard there are some great
Yeah.
opportunities at Barrow Fields.
I'm quitting this lousy job if there isn't.
Don't need to get that one.
Careful! Those spores are lethal.
Yeah,
Distance, everyone.
we just explode them. It's more fun. No, no. This one. Alright.
He's dead.
Yeah,
We're moving along now.
yeah. Otherwise he would have murdered everybody.
I've got a feeling.
And you know, just makes my job harder.
The trader camp is through the next gate. We can get.
Hello.
We must go.
No! Damn it. Come here. Get the fuck out of my way! If you don't want to die. I swear, it's like they want to die. Alright, you.
Wait.
And you.
Wait.
Fucking stay here. Like, I may be evil, but, like, I still gotta, like, make sure you all fucking live. Alright. I know they keep appearing, but... Oh, there's one. Or is it easier to just lead them? Might be easier to just lead them. Alright, come on. Come on. I know that in the next one, or the next map. Let's go. Alright. Let's go for it.
Shall we go? What I wouldn't give to be in a warm, safe tavern right now.
Come on.
It's one of those strange stones.
Come on.
Just as weird.
They're kind of annoying.
The camp. We're
But it's
here in one
okay.
piece.
They're gonna heal
Feel
up.
free to leave us for a while if you need to. We'll wait here.
Yes, we can rest and stock up on supplies.
They'll heal up there. And then there's like one more dangerous place to go through.
We're on our way to Barrow Fields, but I'm sure I'll see you again.
Alright.
Just think of the profits we'll make at the end of this.
I knew today was going to be bad. I just knew it.
Yeah. It's fine though. Okay. Okay, so they see me. Do 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 do. Goodbye.
You think this is bad? You
I don't know about you, but I'm sticking to local trading from now on.
lead the way.
Yeah. Think that I can't just... No, I don't see anything.
Got a feeling
I know
everything
that
will
there's
be
still
all
more
right.
down here, but...
What I wouldn't give to be in a warm, safe tavern right now.
Oh, you fucker. Come on, get back up.
Coming.
Do 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 do.
I'm glad I have such fine companions with me.
It feels like we've been on this trip forever.
Yeah, well, you know, y'all aren't fucking helping.
Shall we go? Coming!
Okay. I think there's...
We can't be very far now.
I think there's a troll up here. Or is it a Balverine? Oh no, it's just a hobgoblins. That's fine.
Lead the way.
And of course, while we're here, might as well do some fishing. You know, like you do. You're in the middle of, like, you know, you just gotta, like, hang back and relax a little bit. It's either a key or a potion. They're so scared, and I'm just like, yep. I'm gonna go to grand old time. Key! Okay, so I got 6 of them now. Alright. Just a damn... Yeah, exactly. You know, sometimes, you know, killing is just a little bit... Like, it's a little bit much, so you gotta, like, take some time and just relax. Maybe fish. Okay, so I know the troll is up here.
Get me out of here! We're almost there now. Yes, just a bit further and we'll be
Yeah.
there. What in...
There's the troll. Just a regular Sunday. Yeah. Okay. Honestly, the easiest way to deal with trolls is to just hit their own shit back at them, if you can. Or you could just pull one of these. Whatever works. Alright. Fine. I'll do it my normal coward way. Alright, okay. Troll pops up, we shoot, and then we just tug away. Where they can't hit us with rocks. Alright. Charge up the bow. Hit him. Run away. Trolls are just ridiculous to deal with otherwise. Should have, like, stopped off to get a better bow, but, you know, here we are. Do-do-do-do. Do-do-do. Honestly, it's just mostly impressive that he's, like, doing this while naked. I think they glitched together. There's 2 of them there. It's a good thing, like, as soon as it goes down, it doesn't, like, just start regaining health. Because that would be annoying. Whoop, whoop. Yeah, so you can take boasts, and one of the boasts I decided to take was do it without clothing, aka no protection. Because, why not? Plus, it's a good fun time just running around without clothes on. Whee! I also just like thoroughly enjoy the fact that he's got the British flag on his ass. We're so close. We're almost done. So close. Yeah, it's very much like a parody of like just RPGs in general, and they have a lot of fun with it. You can tell that the game developers had fun. No, not yet? Okay. Once more? Damn it. Nope. Still more. Oh, shit. Come on. There we go. Finally. Give me all of the things. Okay. This will end that quest.
Follow me. I know the way from here. Not much further now.
Cool. We are hydrating with soda today. Just really bad, but hey, we're doing it. Alright. Do.
I can't believe we made...
Ah, there you are. We've been expecting you.
Yep. Hell yeah, and we did it with our boasts. Cool. Now, let's put on our clothing again, because we still gotta be ugly, but we also want to be protected and ugly. Assassin shirt, plus scary. Gotta be scary. Yeah, alright.
This is it. We made it. Yes, thank you so much
I'm
for your
keeping
help.
tabs on you. Are you looking?
You've received a new quest card.
Oh wait, here's a shopkeeper. What do you got?
Come to the right place.
You're lucky that there are guards here, upcharging me like that.
Maze wants to see you. He's in the tavern at Oakvale.
Yeah, you think I care about what Maze wants? The answer is
Are you looking
no.
for blue mushrooms? Then
Yeah,
Crazy Puff's
I do
all
want
around
it.
you. Oh,
Give
yes.
it.
So, Ian.
Fine.
Enjoy, my good man.
Just because I want to finish the quest.
Can I interest you in something?
Health potion. Pay me, then I'll get out. So one thing about like over the top ear like headphones that I don't really like is that they start to hurt after a while. What? Also, there's a cat in the background. She's here to entertain when I'm gone. Alright. Let's go. So we're gonna ignore Maze. Because... why? Oh shit! People are dropping things at the side of me now? Perfect. All this booing really hurts, guys. Let's see. Homes in Oakvale are really expensive. How much money do we have? 3,000. We could probably go buy the house in Bowerstone now. Yeah, cat. Isn't that right? Come here. Show the people your lovely face. This is the cat. I'll even bring it closer. Thank you for indulging me. Alright. She's like, why? Why would you do that? Now I'm gonna come. Oh, she's gonna really come. Okay, come here. I've opened a can of worms. Come on, there's an entire lap. Do you want like up, or do you just want in my way? Here we go. So we're playing now. This is a good way to play a game, right? Okay. I forgot how much like the place up in over here is. Right, she is such a cutie. $5,000. Okay. Alright, let's head on over to Bowerstone real quick and then buy that house. And then we can start getting... Oh, shit. That was the wrong bee place. Alright. Let's go to Bowerstone, not Barrowfields. Okay, let's go buy this place. Also, in order to like get places in Bowerstone, if you're evil, because you can't kill people in Bowerstone. You have to like lead them out, and they may not follow you if you're evil. It becomes a little bit difficult. Hey, Thunder, what you doing?
Thunder could beat you with one arm.
Probably right now.
And I'm going to be Briar Rose.
What's up, bro?
Well, well. Look who it is. Come to play with the other children, have you?
I'm not that young.
Has such a soft spot for you.
Why?
Should have taught you a lesson in farming.
Yeah.
But children, I only hope you both end up in the arena one day. Then we'll see who the greater hero is.
I think we end up having to like fight alongside each other for a good portion.
The guild master needs me back at the guild. He can't entrust important quests to novices like you.
Okay. I mean, you didn't have to say it like that. Alright, so let's buy this place. We're not gonna rent it out quite yet, because we want to go in. Because over here... Oh no, I was mistaken. I thought there was a key. Oh well. But it also means that we can sleep real quick. Willow! Come here. It's nighttime again. Oh, that's better. Okay. So, no, we want to rent it out. All right, thanks so much for joining. I'm gonna pop over here real quick because there's a pretty big delay. Yeah, we want to improve it. Nah, we're cheapskate right now. Okay, now
He calls himself a hero.
let's head on over to the guild because that's where I know one of the mushrooms is. And then I think after that we have all of the mushrooms.
I'd like a cool drink, please.
I'm watching you. Oh, what's he up to now?
It's good to see you taking
What's
an
he up
interest in
to
your
now?
Victoire is now heading for the servants' quarters.
Look, I'm up to a lot of things. One of those things being mushrooms. Okay, so this spot right here. Come on, no. Fishy, fishy. Fishy, fishy thing. No. Give fishy, fishy. There we go. Get the mushroom! Come on. Oh. Alright. We got the mushy mushroom. Okay. So... we have 3 of them. Okay, let's go back to Bowerstone and talk to the witch. Okay. Okay, we need to go in here to talk to the witch. Also, there's an asshat in here who makes you put on like a, like go change your hair like a good 12.5 times.
No, don't tell
I might just, oh, I
you
can't
were
kill him.
sent
Fuck.
here by an irritating young lady, the one with the comatose kid. Don't look so surprised. I am a witch, you know. I read tea leaves on Thursdays. Besides, you're not the first fool she sent my way. Find me 4 blue mushrooms.
Oh, I need one more. Where's the last one?
But there's no hurry.
Oh wait, there's a lady in the picnic area who has it.
The little tyke's probably having the time of his life.
Alright, let's... I think there's also some barrels in here that we can murder. Oh yeah. Then you can also join the Fighters gang.
For people who, and it's a place where it's also now. I'm the head of those.
Alright. This looks pretty good to me. You're in.
You up for a bit of a scrap?
100%. Also, how do I get my hair like yours?
If you want to join
That
in
looks
some
hideous.
senseless
It would be
brutality,
perfect.
It'll cost you 50 gold.
Do we have 50
You'll
gold?
get gold for every round you win, and even more if you can avoid getting hit. Stay in the ring, and if you take too many hits, you lose.
I think we have the gold for it.
Want to fight? You might be a powerful hero, but this is a
contest of skill.
Our punches might not hurt you much, but they still count.
Okay. Sure.
Time to loosen those teeth.
Thanks, bro. Oh, I gotta take off my shirt and everything. Alright, let's go for it. Round 2. One, go. Oh shit. Fuck. We going. Smacking him up. Beating him down. No, damn it. Get up.
I'll take care of you myself.
Come at me, bro. Shit, come here.
Get back in the ring.
Hey.
That's some knuckle power.
The gold's yours.
The gold's yours.
Cool. Means we can also fight in a different one later on. So let's put our shirt back on. Assassin shirt. I think we need gloves too. Yeah. Alright. There's also this asshat down here.
Isaiah's beard down Orchard Farm.
Why did I turn
Hello
around?
there. I don't think you've met my daughter, have you?
Well, let's leave her
rather
alone.
lovely, if I say so myself, though a bit fussy. She's keen to meet strong, handsome men like you.
No. I don't want to do that right now. That's just a pain. Alright, let's go get the final mushroom after we kill this barrel. And any other barrels that we come across. Is there any more in here? Oh. Just want barrels. I like to kill them. Crunchy chick! Eating those gives us evil points. I don't think we can take any of those. Okay. Bliss, leave her alone. Okay. Let's... Oh, shit, there's nobody watching. It didn't happen. You saw nothing. Oh, I think there's also...
Sky is really pretty today.
Yeah, he's high. There's a shit ton of people watching me. God damn it. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, so let's head down over to the picnic area where we can get that final mushy room. I think he also wants to go to the farm. Okay, picnic area. We gotta make this chick laugh, I think. Which is unfortunate because there's a lot of guards. Otherwise I would just kill her for it.
It's not working. Look, I ate the mushroom. It's so fine.
Alright. And then assign this one over this way for now.
Hey!
A hero that dances? What clown?
Yeah, I am a clown.
That was hilarious!
I am funny. I may be evil, but I'm funny.
Hey!
Oh, it's just... Here, take this.
Give me the damn mushroom already. Just give it to me. Alright. I'd kill you if there weren't guards around. Making my ass look good. There's a reason my name is R-Space. Alright? Alright, let's go back on to Barrowstone South. Oh wait, that's the guild. That's not where we want to go. Okay, now it's not too terribly far behind. A couple seconds till I expect that. Alright. Oh, there it is. Now it's getting that proper delay. Okay. Let's head on up. Entschuldigung. Hi, Willow. Yeah.
Ah, yes, good. These will be perfect. Just give me a few hours and, well, what do you know? I've got some of the potion already.
We saw that coming.
I tell you. I'll hang on to these mushrooms if it's all the same to you. I'll just,
But I want the
put them
mushrooms.
somewhere safe. Yes.
I want them.
Now,
Fine. It's fine, it's whatever. I didn't want to get high off of those mushrooms anyway. Funny though. Okay. Oh wait, I think we need to go to the guild now. So let's go to the guild. See what's up there. See what we can level up. It's gonna be 8,000. Well, 108. 1,800. There we go. So let's do that. Let's get our health up. $900. Okay. Accuracy. Speed. Do love multi-strike. It's a good time. Okay, so we can't afford anything else. Hob killing contest? No, thank you. So let's head on over to Great Colis. That'll give us a lot of renown. Come here. Come at me, bro. Oh. How dare you? Drop your bag in there? No. Okay. Let's see. Any guards? I don't see any guards! Did I kill all of them? Nope, there's one left. Let's decapitate him. Did it decapitate? No, it didn't decapitate him. God damn it. Can we do it post-mortem? No. It's unfortunate. We had them all lined up and ready. We'll just have to decapitate another traveler and/or trader at a later point. Okay. Suppose I could just go into the Hob Caves and just do it for funsies. It is rather annoying. Is this the Hob Caves? Yeah, it is. Okay, let's go in the Hob Caves for fun. Eat a crunchy chick. For giggles. Fuck. Any other hobby? Hello.
Hero, your will energy is low.
Yeah, it does that. Oh wait, we can just go through this door. Let's go through the door. And we're killing things and we're having fun. Like, I know I'm gonna have to come back in here. You know, for the quest. But it is a good place to just rack up some experience points. Stabby, stabby. Okay, so there's nothing in here right now. Alright, let's go. Let's go kill some more hobs. Killing more hobs, 'cause it's fun. Scary laugh expression.
You have reached familiar status.
Familiar status. It's gonna be a good time. People know who I am. I'm a household name at this point. There's a bag. I want the bag. Give me the bag. And... Oh, damn it. Where are you? Come here. Anything else? Okay. We don't need to kill them right now because there'll be more of them when we come back out. We need to kill you. Always kill the sorcerers first. Get out of my way. AKA, you need to die. Yeah, it's fine. Don't worry about it. Thank you for your contributions to my wallet. Anything makes things fun in here? Alright. Let's open that up. What do we got? What do we got? A Willmaster's elixir. Cool. Okay. More hops to kill. Okay. Come here.
Hero, your will energy is low.
It's fine. I do this shit for fun. Come here. Oh, that's the back. That's the entrance again. All right. Damn it. Shit. No. Shit. I hate it when it does that. It's annoying. Okay. So we already went in that door. Doo-doo-doo. Fuck you. Like, it's so unfortunate that, like, killing, like, beasts and stuff like that, like, gives you good. Like, I'm not good. I don't want to be good. That is, like, the opposite of what I want from this. I just want to be evil. Just accept the fact that I want to be evil. What up, bros? Get out of my way! Oh, okay. So the chests don't appear until you're actually doing the quest, because there's supposed to be like a bunch of chests in here. Alright, let's see. Should keep good posture at least. At the very least. Is there nothing in here before the quest? So there's nothing in here before the quest. Got it. More hops to kill. Come here. Oh, they threw their hammer at me. Like what? Oh, it's just like a really weird glitch. Like. That is a clippable moment if ever I saw one. Ghost hammer. Hooray. Let's go collect our monies. It's amazing how much gold these creatures have on them. Like, so much gold for, like, not being creatures that even use gold. It's fine. I'll have to turn him off. It's mostly just annoying. Come here. Also, like, the easiest way to, like, get your, like, combat multiplier up is to use the lightning strike and then just, like, keep giving yourself more mana potions as you go. Just, like, stock up and then just, like, go for it.
Hero, your will energy is low. What's that?
Look, that's actually increased from the last time. Okay, let's go get more of these baddies before our multiplier falls down.
Hero, your will energy is low. What's that? You've achieved an excellent combat multiplier.
Okay, now before our combat multiplier falls, let's go get more. Go, 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 go. here.
I need to see your
Damn it.
combat multiplier.
I think he wants like something crazy like in the 30s. Which is possible. Look, I've done it. Okay. Got everything off of him. Cool, 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 cool. Where does it want us to go? Oh, yeah. I didn't give the potion to the lady. So let's go back to Bowerstone and give the potion to the lady. Okay, let's go. Also, oh, it might have been a few days. We might have some gold to collect from the house that we're renting out. So let's give the potion to the lady.
Pretty today. You have to find the cure.
Yeah, whatever. It'll give us good person points, but we'll just kill more people to counteract the good person points. It'll be fine.
I'll never join another witch-burning mob after this. We won't forget your kindness, hero. Good luck with your quests.
Alright, let's go see if we have any money from the house. I imagine we do, because it's been a hot minute. No! Damn it. Okay. Let's see, what other quests do we got going on? Oh right, he has information about our sister. So if we go, we can go visit him, and then we can go take on Twin Blade. Oh wait, that's the wrong way. Okay, let's go talk to Maze, because he does have information about our sister.
Over here. Ah, there you are. I thought maybe you were getting too famous to be seen round here. I'm afraid I've heard nothing more of your sister, and there's little else I can do. There is hope yet, though. A blind seeress lives among Twinblade's bandit clan. She may be able to tell you about your sister.
Tell us about my sister? Alright, alright, alright.
Stands next to the bandit king himself. And it's no coincidence the bandits have been doing so well lately. Have you heard of Twinblade? He was a hero once. Yes, giant of a man. He had little patience for the guild, though. He left and brought together a dozen bandit factions. I always suspected he was behind the attack on your home. This could be your chance for revenge.
Revenge!
The camp can't be far from here. The village is often under attack. I've left a quest card at the guild with the details.
Make me have to go back to the guild.
For more quests.
Alright. Let's go get it. Okay. I don't think we have anything that we can level up. Maybe we can. Let's add the drain life. Because it's fun. Find the bandit CRS. Let's see what boasts we get. Without a scratch, cannot do that. Without killing a single bandit. No. Kill at least 24 bandits. I think you mean kill all of the bandits. Yeah, let's kill at least 24. Without a scratch, definitely cannot get it without a scratch. Right trigger. I don't know. Okay. No! I refuse. Alright, let's go. Let's just teleport to Oakvale. I should definitely see what I have left in terms of, like, potions and stuff. Okay, let's see what we have. Consumables. Oh, I'm fine. I have far too many. Okay. Drop your boxes. It's the little deeds. The little ones that really, like, sell the fact that I'm evil.
You'll need to sneak past those bandits to reach their camp. If any of them see you, they'll raise the alarm and lock the gate. And if that happens, you must stay hidden for a short time before the gates reopen.
It's annoying when you have to do it. Okay. If you get them before they scream. Okay. So, he's over there now. Okay. So now he's coming back. So the easiest thing to do is to wait till he turns around, ready your bow, and then go after him. That way he doesn't see you. So like now. And fingers crossed the other dude doesn't see you. Oh, you didn't see me. You saw nothing. I don't exist. See, and then he comes back. And then, no, come back. I want to behead you. Oh, he sees me. Who sees me? How does he see me? Or is it like he was aware of my presence? Alright, bro. Oh, okay, cool. I wouldn't have been able to hit him over there anyway. Oh, so now he's taking that route. That's annoying. Okay. You didn't see me.
What do you got in there that you're pulling out?
Huh? Oh, it's for the dog.
Oh, I see.
You don't see me? Shh. I don't exist. Is he walking away now? Shh. Quiet, quiet now. Shh. Sleepy, sleepy forever. Thank you. Okay, so now we can just walk on in.
Here, you heard what happened to Stern?
No. What did the idiot do this time?
He only lost his bloody cap in a raid. Was a week before he could get back into the camp.
Yeah, you can't get in unless you're in full gear these days.
If you ask me, old Twin Blade's getting a bit jumpy. Don't know what's got into him.
It's me.
Hey, who's that?
Alright. How dare you suggest I'm good for killing these bandits? You don't know my motivations. I could be doing it for fun. You telling the others? Come on, come get me. Come on. Come here. Do I have to get, come. Oh, damn it. Ooh, give me the bag. Oh, you're laughing? Yeah, that'll be the last time you ever fucking laugh. Yeah, stay down. Stay down. Oh, where'd you come from? No? Okay. Oh, damn it. No, they don't have anything on them?
Health is low. Do you have any potions?
Oh, yeah. Should probably eat a potion. Drink a potion. Bandit boots. Equip. What up? Ooh. You missed. You glitched. Alright, give me that. You guys have anything? No? Okay. gonna look pretty damn rad. Just sleep in the middle of the quest. Come here. Come on. Oh, you're still alive. Anybody else have anything for me? No, okay. But we do know what's over here. Come here. Damn it. Come here. Okay. Bandit trousers! And we're gonna crash the barrels because we can. Okay, I will say the assassin shirt looks better. Plus, I know the assassin shirt, like, well, the assassin's outfit is for, like, you need it for one of the demon doors. Oh, with your goddamn fucking crossbows. Hey, we killed 24 of them. We knew that was gonna happen, though. Oh! I'm sorry, that was loud. But his head came clean off! And it's bouncing! Sometimes the funniest glitches happen. No, don't run me. I'm supposed to be doing the killing, not you. That's not how this works. Come here. Oh, I decapitated him. Unintentionally. Look, there's his head. There's a lot of decapitation happening here. And I'm here for it. Maybe it's because I'm evil that more decapitations are happening. Because normally they don't happen. Like not unintentionally. Okay. There's the other chest. Bandit gloves! We are fully banded. Fine. Do do do. Where are you? Come here. Get some.
Your health is critical.
No, it's not. What are you talking about? Critical health? Never heard of it. Ah, damn it. Come here, bro. Come on. Stay down, damn it. Do-do-do. Barrels. Okay, where's the last one? Oh, there you are. Can I get you? Yeah. So then he's kind of like he can't see. Bye, Fergman. Have a good one. Thanks for joining. Pop over here.
My eyesight's not what it used to be. One was a gallant knight. His plate, then there was an evil mage. Wore the darkest magical robes you ever saw. The last was a rogue, a bandit, bit like the chaps here. Where is the gallant knight I await?
Okay. Yeah, I mean, you don't have to fill out too terribly much information.
Not too much.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty basic. It's just like name, address, last 4 digits of social, I think. Just like so they can confirm it's you and yada yada yada. Because it is like a federal thing anymore. Alright, let's go into the bandit camp now. Yeah, we're dressed up. We look the part.
You want in? You better talk to me.
Yeah. What's up?
Mate, nice bandit gear.
Thanks.
This here is Twin Blades Camp.
Cool.
Once you're in for good.
Cool.
So, feel free to get changed when you're inside.
We can look ugly again, guys.
Another one coming in, Joe. Open the gates.
I love that his name is Joe. There's a dude named Joe in here. Oh wait, can I jump through the colas? I don't think so. Not without, like, ending it, you know? Alright, so now that we're here, let's get our ugly equipment back on. Oh, damn it, that's a downgrade. For armor, anyway. Okay. Does it make us any... No, it makes us more attractive. Okay. More protection? Okay, cool. Boots. Armor, but it doesn't really do anything for ugly. Okay, so let's put on the leather boots because they make us... Well, they've got more protection on them. That's really what it is. Plus, they all have something. Dark chainmail, will it make us ugly? No, it'll make us attractive. God damn it. Dark villager. No, it'll make us more attractive. Damn it. We need to be ugly. But we do need the protection. Okay. But we also need 1,000 to pay this guy. Because I don't know that we can... Can we kill him? Can we just... Can we fucking just kill him for it? We can! We can just kill him for it. Perfect. Why waste the money when you can just kill him for it? Okay. So let's see about getting something that's gonna give us a little bit more protection. It's not gonna make us too terribly much more attractive. Because Twin Blade is kind of a beast to beat. Dark chainmail. Let's consider it. Let's wait a little bit, and we're gonna smash the barrels. Because we can.
Won't be disappointed here.
Don't worry, I'm not gonna kill y'all. Because I want the... I just don't need to kill you all right now. That's really what it is. Okay. There's a few more things that we can get. We already killed the barrels there, plus the guy. Need someone to watch your back. Can we sleep? No. I mean, yeah, we can. We'll just wake up next to a stranger, which is fine.
You've got to have a pass to get in here.
Don't worry, bro. I got one.
Like a valid pass to let him through.
Twin Blades Elite Camp. Alright. Barrels!
Hey?
Don't worry about it, mate.
Doing anything good?
Okay. Let's... Oh, dude. Get out of my way before I end up killing you. Because there's a dangerous barrel right there. It's gonna explode. Okay, so there's like a couple ways you can get into the like where Twin Blade is. What up, bro? And it really just depends on what you want to do.
Come to look at Twin Blade's entity, ain't they just...
So one option is to free the women here.
Let us out of here.
And they cause a distraction, but you gotta kill him. And it also gives you good person points. The other option... Should look at the info for that. Let's look the info for that real quick. Oh, yikes. It's definitely not what we want. Okay, more barrel! Plus we can also take this weapon. Info... But it's heavy. That's the problem, is it's heavy. Yeah, don't pay me any mind. Don't worry about it. Okay, so then you can also... The other option is... You can... I think... They're all fucking drunk, by the way. So the other option is to talk to the assassins, Roderick.
Perhaps we could cause a diversion to draw out the reserve guards. The gate would be open for you then.
The problem with this is that they also want 2,000 gold. And I think part of being evil is that you're also kind of greedy, so...
Such a risky endeavor would require adequate remuneration. It's a very...
So... Those are our options, but the problem is the good person points. But... we can always just kill more people to like make up for those good person points. Okay. Is there anything else over here? No, we already got that. Let's pop on up over here. I don't think there's anything over here. Nope. Nothing. But there's a fighting ring here.
Clear off. The boss told me to look after this area. He's having
Some
a party.
party.
And that's what I...
Alright. So even though it's gonna give us good person points, I think we're gonna go... Actually, let's see. How much money do we have? Alright. I think we can just give the assassins some money so we don't get the good person points.
Nice thinking. Come on, Hal.
How? Shit, there's another Hal! Oh. They just like stab me? Is this what happened? They stabbed someone else. What? I don't know. Okay, so they are chasing him. Alright. Let's go.
Well,
we're going to see Twin Blade.
I've been waiting for you.
Whoa, me?
Stand back, lads. Twin Blade wants a word with this little hero.
I... Don't worry about me. I'm here for the fun of it. And also to find out information about my sister. Let's do it! Let's do it to it! Let's go. Give me information about my sibling.
She said a guild public would come, and here you are.
Dude, your face is fucked.
I've been dying to meet you. They haven't been fed for days.
Me neither.
You don't look like much of a Let's see what
Okay.
you're made of.
Tom, 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 Tom. Come at me. Come on. Oh shit. I fucked up. Damn it. Honestly, it's the easiest way to deal with him. Shit. No, go. 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 Roll, 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 roll. Ooh, ooh. Oh shit. I rolled right into it. Get up. Damn it. Okay. Am I a puppet? I'm a puppet. But I know how to roll. Owie. No. 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 Fuck. Me? No, never. Whee! It's fun rolling around. Rolling around, rolling around, rolling around. Can't get me. Can't get me. What? Can't get me. Except for when you do get me. Alright. Knock him down.
Finish it quick then. I'd do the same for you.
Okay.
There you are. What's wrong? Don't you recognize your own sister?
What you doing, Warlow?
Her
There's a cat
path
there.
once again before her. Teresa's memories returned in a blaze of fire. Oakvale was burning. She watched in silence as the bandits tortured her mother, then turned to her with questions of the missing boy. She answered them only with a stare, and so their leader sliced out her eyes.
Don't stare, it's rude.
The raiders took the boy's mother and left Teresa alone in the forest. There she crawled for 3 days, blind and desolate, until she was found by bandits, Twinblade and his men. She began a new life of servitude among their clan.
That's what you get for staring. Just don't stare and you'll be fine.
The bandit king sensed her exceptional strength and power of will, and listened as she whispered dark prophetic truths in her sleep.
Dark prophetic truths.
Those who could never accept this small, blind girl standing by their master's side did not last long. When they attacked, she killed them without mercy and without emotion. For this was her place in the world now.
Sometimes you just gotta do what you gotta do.
I've seen so many things. So much killing. So much dying. I've seen you, little brother. In a ring of sand and blood. An arena full of secrets. And I've seen the choice you'll have to make one day. Between the darkness and the light.
Spoiler alert, it's gonna be
I'm
darkness.
sorry, Twinblade. Your path is alone now. All our paths are. But before I leave, brother, I have a present for you. For all the birthdays I've missed. A power that runs in our family. He finds you when you're sleeping, and when the daylight fades.
What are you waiting for? Finish it, or leave me alone. I'm dead anyway.
We gotta kill him.
I'm no one's king anymore.
And what really, like, irritates me about all of this is that I will, like, they say that he begged for his life. No, he didn't. He literally said he was gonna die. And, like, that he was fine with dying. Which, I mean, like, bro, don't be telling me that you're fine with dying and then not be fine with dying. Damn it. Y'all are fucking assholes. Really what it is. No! Come here. Oh, shit. Yeah, yeah. Killing your own dudes. Come here. Come here. I can deal with you. Alright. He's dead. Cool. But now everybody's gonna say he begged for his life, and no, he didn't. He was like, no, kill me. I'd do the same for you. You know, it's just like false rumors. Damn rumors. Can I stab him before he... No, I guess he just disappeared. Alright. I tried. I tried to stab him before he disappeared. Alright. Barrels! Oh, I can't kill that barrel. Alright, more barrels! I gotta go around. Is that a killable barrel? No. It's a support barrel. Oh, I should have gone. Cool, cool. Alright. Now that that's done. That gave us evil points, right? Okay, we got the bandit seal, yada yada yada. Alright.
That was a very impressive victory, hero. But Maze has more news for you at the guild. I suggest you return here at once.
No. We gotta go get more evil person points, because we did good things, so therefore make it evil.
I think we can do a special offer for you, sir.
Alright, alright. That'll make us. God damn it, I hate the fact that it'll make us more attractive. Specifically, what we don't want.
Maze in the guild. You won't be disappointed.
Okay. How attractive are we right now? We're so ugly. So ugly. We're almost very, very... like... we're almost evil. Almost. Okay, let's... go... let's go to Oakvale. Think we can buy... yeah, we can buy the house now. So let's go buy the house. While looking like a bandit. Oh wait, since we're like completely ugly, we might be able to get away with like wearing better things. If we just do things that make us more ugly. Okay, so let's buy the house. Let's see, what do we got? What do we got? Alright, let's sleep it off. Oops. My bad. Okay. That's not what I meant, but oh well. Serves us in the future. Oh wait, we need to rent it now. Okay. Okay, so I think there's actually a quest to go kill a bunch of people over at the guild. So let's see what quests we got available to us. We're not gonna talk to Maze. Not right now anyway. Okay. So now we can steal. Become a mid-level trader. Alright. Become a professional trader? Let's do it. Pick lock skill. Yo. We don't have the money to, well, we don't have the skills to do it, but I'm excited. I didn't realize that we could pick lock in this one. Okay, let's go get more multi-strike because we love. It's honestly my favorite ski.
You're now stealthy enough to use the steal expression.
The steal expression. Okay. Let's speed ourselves up. Accuracy. Okay. What do we got health-wise? Can I do more? Yeah, we can. Okay, we don't have enough to be to... Okay, so let's do that. And then the next one we do, we'll beef ourselves up. Okay, Trader Massacre. Woo! Let's do it. Okay, no protection. Do it naked. We've done a lot of them naked, so let's see what else we got. That was scratch. Definitely not happening. Fist Fighter. Ensure that the bandit doesn't die. I think I was able to do that last time. Timed quest. I mean, it's possible. Let's... I think I can do it if I just have... Yeah, let's see if we can do it the timed one. Okay. So, let's go ahead and pop on down. Alright. We got 4 minutes in which to kill everybody. We got this.
You're here. About
Yeah.
time too. I'm
What up,
afraid
bro?
some of the lads couldn't wait and got stuck in early.
Ugh.
So let's hurry up and join them while there's still some traders left. Oh,
Go
and
for
don't
it.
be taking no prisoners, because we've got enough of them already. No
Let's go.
prisoners, remember.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. We only have a limited amount of time. We gotta go. We gotta go. I wish I could run faster. What up?
You're now renowned enough to use the sexy hero Fable expression. You have reached well-known.
Come here. Don't fucking run. No, it isn't. What are you talking about? Come here. Come on. Come to me. You look like the chief. Come on. Come here. Oh, I don't know that I'll make it. Alright. Shit, no it's not. Stop sneaking! Shit, get out of there! Might end up having to cut it real close. Damn it. No! No! No, stop. Fucking, come here. Come here. Come at me. No! You know what? Fuckers keep coming. The vulgar thrust expression. Come here. Come here. I only have a minute left to kill you all. Where the fuck are you all coming from? Where's the bandit? He's supposed to be here too. Come here. No, I'm not gonna make it! Fuck. Damn it. I'm so mad. Where the damn it. I didn't make it. That's obnoxious. Alright. Where are you hiding? Come here. You fucking cost me my time.
Found this one trying to sneak off into Oakvale.
Why don't you do the honors, hero?
Oh, I will. After I drink some of this.
I ain't done nothing. I have a family. I have a shop.
We will be killing him.
Rip him up good,
Hi,
hero.
man. You want a lap? Come here. No? Okay. We didn't make it, though. And that's the annoying part. Also, I think my eyes glow right now, which is always fun. Hell yeah. Oh, yeah, we got, like, the evil aura going. Also, we can take a nap here. And then, if we sleep again, it won't even matter that we killed everybody. Or one more time. So I know it happened before. Oh well. Nothing. But I hadn't even checked that one before. Oh, Entschuldigung. I did not mean to burp right into the mic. That's what it's called. Okay, so now we got the evil aura. So we're. And he also said that we got some other skills. So we can sneer, scary laugh. Yeah, we can vulgar thrust too now. Okay. So let's head on into Oakvale. It's been a few days, I think, in game, so let's see if we have any money from our house. Should probably go to visit the one down in Bowerstone. Or up in Bowerstone? No money. Oh, yeah, I guess it was. Okay. So, let's go to Bowerstone. Okay, yeah. We got some money in here. Hell yeah, we can kick that chicken pretty far now. Okay, so... yeah, we can upgrade the house all the way now. Don't notice me. Don't notice me. And punch all the barrels. Don't notice me. Don't notice me. And punch the barrel. I didn't punch the barrel. What are you talking about? It didn't happen. Didn't happen. No idea what you're talking about. You saw nothing. I saw nothing. Let's go to the guild. Saw nothing. Nothing happened. None of it. Money reward. Let's just go around killing some things for a while. We gotta make up for the fact that we gained a bunch of good person points. Oh wait, do you want to go to?
Looking for someone to take me to Orchard Farm. I'll pay you if you
Should we do it?
It can be dangerous for traders round here. Here's the deal, see? You get a
quarter of the fee now,
and the rest when we get there in one piece. Just talk to me again.
Nah, not right now. Should go find a place where we can just murder a bunch of people to gain our evil coins back. Oh wait, we still gotta lead like a bunch of people to Scorn. Oh, damn it. I hate when we have to deal with pixies. Yeah. Oh wait, I think... I know that a chest appears here, but I'm not entirely sure like what the qualifier is for it to show up. Hey, are you a trader? No? Cool. You a trader? No? Traveler? Cool. Give me the money. Oh, damn it. There's another pixie. They're just so annoying. Okay, come here. Okay. So you gotta kill the pixie. I just hate dealing with them. Okay. Trader. You're a trader. Come here. Talk to me. What's up?
You've come to the right place.
You gonna upcharge me on all of this? Oh, wait. I can make myself less attractive. I think I'm already in all of the ugly. Am I already all of the ugly? Let's find out. Yeah, I think that's as far as I can go as attractiveness. Oh, I am all the way evil now. Okay. But you were also going to upcharge me. So really? The chocolate's cool. Wait, where'd the traveler? There you are. Bye. Oh, I guess my horns just don't show because I've got the bandit mask on. Let's remove that because people need to see it. People need to see the fact that I've got no hair. I don't know what I was doing, but oh wait, let's visit Fisher Farm or Fisher Creek first because I have some fish that I can show him. Yeah, he's back. All right.
Right, it's you again.
It is me.
So, you got any scaly critters to strain me scales?
Yes.
Well, that's not too bad for a beginner. Here's your prize.
The Rod of Champions? What does it do? Sturdier, able to catch larger fish, Rod of Champions has been in the hands of the greatest fishermen in Albion. Alright.
Maybe this special rod here will help you get some bigger fish. There's more prizes to
More
be won,
prizes to be won, you know. Alright. Can I go into his house? I want to go into his house.
There's plenty more fish.
Oh wait, if I get up my guile, that's how I get more. That's how I'll be able to like get into the house. Okay, I'm gonna turn on some lights because it's get a little dark in here. Alright, let's continue. Okay. Hell yeah, more things to kill. Even though they like to pretend like I'm good. Damn it. Make my mark move? What the hell? I was trying to kill him first. Oh, there's some more. Oh, cool. Oh, damn it. Trying to get that guile up. We want to be able to steal things from people's houses. Alright, let's go collect our winnings. Oh, okay. Ooh, there's some. Oh, wait, that's a pixie. Did you collect everything? I think I did. Okay. I just don't like dealing with the pixies. Is this Fisher Creek again? Or is this Oakvale? Oh, it's Greatwood. Okay, we can go through Greatwood. Oh, there's a troll. Could just wait for a traveler to come through. They're just annoying to deal with. Ah, hell yeah. There's a traveler coming. Okay. No, not close enough yet? Okay. Come on. No? Alright. Fine. How are you still alive? I've multiplied that up pretty damn high, so... Pretty damn high. Oh, where'd you come from? Do. Damn it, no. Aw. Aw, damn it. You a trader or a traveler?
Careful.
There's a fucking guard here. Oh, you're headed the other way. Okay. They can't see you over here. No. Thank you. Oh, there's a trader. What you got? What you got? What you trading?
You're sure to find something to suit you.
Alright, let's see. Can we make ourselves more ugly? I know we have the howl, which is the ugliest. Cool. We don't have any chest tattoos yet. But that'll just make us more attractive. Oh wait! If we get the Dark Vortex, we can become scarier.
Here, you want to
But
see these in the guild?
okay, let's see what else he has first. Do I have any shoulder or back? No, I don't. No, that'll just make us more attractive. Alright. However, you did upcharge me, so gotta die. Okay, let's go on up. Oh, trader. What you got? What you got? What you trading?
Come to the right place.
You look like you're on an upcharge, so... Oh, wait. I think I have skills that allow me to like, bargain. So let's take a look. Can I steal from him?
Yes. Maze is in his quarters at the guild. He'd like to see you there.
He was gonna upcharge. So... he's gotta die. Alright, so... let's keep going. Oh wait, the Bordello should be open. Or the Bordello. I always say it wrong. Okay, so let's... I wish I could set up like my own toll here. That would be great. Like, I am the bandit toll. Because, like, the wording on this sign has been scrubbed out. No, we don't want to go that way. Actually, I think I'm gonna leave the Bordello for next stream, just because it is fun. You better back off before you're next. You know what? No, you're gonna be next. Because I can. Come here. Shit, you didn't see anything. You saw nothing. Heyo, how's it going, folks? I hope you're doing well. Okay. Let's see. I suppose now we could do the the Hop Caves one. No, let's save it because it's, yeah, we'll save it for next time. No, he wants an even higher one. Alright. Let's go to Darkwood. There's Balverines and shit in here. What up? I'm gonna increase my mana power, whatever it's called. I don't know what he said. Honestly, probably said something like my mana dangerously low or some shit. Come here. Come at me. Crunchy chick, yay! We love eating the crunchy chicks. Yeah, you go deal with them. I'm gonna collect things. Is that another guard? No. God damn it, I was in the middle of trying to kill a guard. Look. Alright. Oh. Bag. Okay. There's another guard. Shh, he saw nothing. Or... What up, bro? Me? Kill a guard? Never. Why would you even suggest I do something like that? I could never. Alright. There's another guard. Alright, let's go on down. Let's kill some things. Damn it. have anything? Yeah, we got a mana potion. I don't remember what the challenge for the door is. Other than, like, you gotta defeat a beastie. But I'm pretty sure it's a bunch of Balverines. Guard or trader? Guard. Oh, damn it. You gonna come after me? You gonna do it? Coward? Here's a chest. Barely worth it. Oh, there we go. Do you have anything? Alright. You know, the guards show up in, like, the most inconvenient places. Okay, let's see.
Play blackjack. You've come to the right place.
There's supposed to be like dark mage something or other.
Maze is in his quarters at the guild. He'd like to see you there.
Maybe I just need to learn more magic to like use them. That is entirely possible. Well, till I find them. What do you got? You got like an obsidian one? An ebony crossbow? He is upcharging, but he's also in Darkwood, so we'll give it to him.
Yes, Maze is in his quarters at...
Oh wait, I have a bunch of augmentations. No, I'm gonna put the silver one in that one, because you need the silver for the Balverine. Oh, I only got one of each right now. Oh, my posture is horrible. What do you got? What do you got? Beer keg. Oh shit! Let's... because he's doing a good sale on that. So I'll buy him out of it. Let's actually go ahead and trade with the Twin Blades camp folk. Wait, that's going the wrong way. Okay. Wait. No, this is going the right way.
How may I help you?
Let's see.
We can do a special offer for you, sir. You want to see Maze in the guild? I think we can do a special offer for you, sir. Here, you want to see Maze in the guild?
You know, you can
pleased to
stop.
serve you.
So, let's see. How much do you want? Beer kegs, you're gonna. Ooh, nope. No, thank you.
Ah, yes. Maze is in his quarters at the guild.
Oh, wait. Is he gonna, like.
Looking to make a purchase? I'm pleased to serve you.
How much does he want for his beer kegs? Oh, shit. Oh, wait. Have I just been reading that wrong the entire time? It's entirely possible. Oh, I have been reading that wrong the entire time. Oops. Shouldn't sell that. Let's see. No. Okay. Let's see.
Like to see you there.
Let's see what the Bowerstone. No, the Oakvale folks want. Okay, let's see. What do you got?
You've come to the right place.
Oh wait, we want to sell. No, you don't want beer kegs? Fine.
Ah, yes. Maze is in his quarters.
Just don't, no, don't look at me. Don't look at me. I'm not here. Don't look at me. Thanks. Alright. Let's see.
Your Majesty.
Why are there so many people in here? That's not what I want. I want to talk to him.
You're sure to find something to suit you.
What do you got? What do you got? Y'all, I could wear Dave's hat. Oh wait, that makes me less scary though. And I'm already all the way ugly. Oh wait, I do know that. Wait. How much is this normally? Okay, let's see. Wool user's gloves. Do you have dark ones though? No? Okay.
Here, you want want to see Maze in the guild?
No, I don't. I want to sneak. I want to sneak. I'm gonna sneak. Don't look at me. Nothing to see here. Absolutely nothing to see here. Damn it. Damn. It's too out in the open there. Oh, you can't steal the candle? It's fine. Alright. Let's see. How much money do we have? No, not enough. Like I said, houses here are kind of expensive. Oh wait, but we do have money to collect from this house over here. So let's go do that. And then let's go down, get a good night's sleep. Bump. No, I'm trying to bump into you. Damn it. Thank you. Okay. Sleep for a while, you know, like you do. Do it again. It's easier to do things during the daytime. Yeah, this character design. Like, look, what is up with that hair? Okay, let's go to Bowerstone. Let's see if we can get any haircuts that are, like, more ugly or more scary. Don't involve me. I don't want nothing to do with you. That's fine. Can I sneak? Can I sneak here? Don't look at me. Don't look at me. Don't do it. No, it's not gonna happen. Let's see. That'll make me attractive. All of it. I just want to look at all of it. The buzz. Bald would make me 100 times. Yeah, see, I don't want to do that though. Oh, wait, here. We can be even more ugly and even more scary. It's a good one. Let's go with that one. There's some shouting downstairs. Okay, so that's our face now. Isn't it lovely? Kick the chicken! Look how far that chicken goes. Hell yeah. We could probably win the chicken competition. Oh wait, so we need to collect from our house first. Okay, now let's go to the guild and see what skills we can get. Kit Kat. Okay, let's take a look at our skills. We wanted Guile, so we can Picklocks. Let's see, we should get more magic. Okay, we can do that. Okay, let's see what quests we got. Hob Cave. Hob Killing Contest. I mean, that one's more annoying than anything else. Let's see. Alright, let's go talk to Maze. Since we're here. Also, have you noticed that people have stopped calling me by my title? That's kind of annoying. What do you got? What do you got? Mr. the Guild. Jack of Blades, yada yada yada. Alright.
So, you really found your sister? I'd never have imagined her living among bandits. You've really come a long way these last few years, haven't you? People are starting to ask when they'll see you in the arena, out in Witchwood. But before you go wandering again, I've left a quest card of my own.
Okay.
A favor, if you will. An old friend of mine has gone missing.
Yeah, so that means we gotta go to... That's where, like, all of the not blade things are.
Perhaps big enough to put his life in danger. There's a rumor that he may be hiding somewhere in Witchwood.
In Witchwood?
That is, if he isn't dead already. You can use a Cullis gate to get there. I only hope it isn't too late.
You've received a new quest card.
Alright, so I think before we decide to go to Witchwood, I think that's where we should probably call it for the night. Just cause like that's like a whole thing too. So let's see who is available. Who's around? It looks like Rhythm Rob is around, so let's go on over to Rhythm Rob. Wait, that also means I gotta exit out of the game. I forgot. This game does not like you doing anything else. So let's save there. And then quit. Okay, pop on over to stream ending so people know. Thank you all so much for joining me. I hope you all had some fun. I had a lot of fun. But we're gonna now take a raid over to Rhythm Rob. It looks like he's playing... I don't know what he's playing. Some rando cars? That looks like fun. But let's go raid. Yeah, so we're gonna raid Rhythm Rob. If there's anybody still here in the chat, I hope you had fun. Have a great rest of your evening. Make sure that that's gone over enough. Alright, yeah. Alright, thanks again for joining me. Have a good evening, y'all.